Where the fuck is this picture at? Can't find the picture. I only found one picture. Oh well, I'm gonna have to use that background. Damn, I guess they ain't send my notifications out. Well, goddamn, I should have did this as a recorded video. No, you niggas didn't ask me to start this goddamn channel. Ain't nobody showing up. I'm about to start recording videos. No, that requires. I'm cussing all you niggas out. Like, nah, I can just do this and y'all can watch it later. It don't matter. I knew this channel was gonna be like this when it started. But this is a good story I'm about to do. So I do about my damn self. I got to. I didn't even know that they did this shit. Justice League versus Godzilla versus King motherfucker. Justice League versus Godzilla versus King motherfucking Kong. This is gonna be a good one. I've ever heard.
money, boy, you lame. Oh my.
What the fuck was O'Malley thinking? Quaz, what's up, bro? Motherfuckers ain't even showing up. Got me to start this goddamn channel. The niggas ain't even showing up. I guess it's just being you today, Quaz. But I found a good story. Justice League versus Godzilla versus King Kong. That sounds like a good story to me. But the worst bars ever. And they got O'Malley up there. Hold on. Hold up. Hold up. Let's look at these worst bars ever real quick. I got to see this. Hold on. This shit look funny.
The worst but funniest bars I've ever heard.
If you ain't getting money, boy, you lame. Oh my. I woke up working like I'm Mexican.
See, Zaytoven, that's my nigga. I've been fucking him forever.
Come on.
Yeah. I know. That's what I said. People probably ain't even getting the notifications for it.
Working like I'm Mexican.
See, Zaytoven, that's my nigga. I've been fucking him forever.
Come on, officer.
Wait, what? What the fuck did Soldier Boy say?
Tobin, that's my nigga. I've been fucking him forever.
Come on.
What the fuck did Soldier Boy just say? Hold on, I might have to switch channels. Hold up.
See, Zaytoven, that's my nigga. I've been fucking him forever.
Come on.
Huh? Yeah, that O'Malley joint was a classic. That was embarrassing for Philly. Because he's not a rapper, though. That's what everybody didn't understand. The nigga is not a rapper.
Officer, you've seen my balls, batty and dick. This month, more than my BM, more than my links, more than my chick. Harassment alarms.
Let me tell you something. You might got more cash than me, but you ain't got the skills to eat a nigga's ass like me.
And I got a grocery bag.
Because when I'm about to doodle bop.
Yo, I ain't gonna lie. When he said that shit was trash. Grocery bag. I was like, what the fuck is he talking about? But the boy did the SpongeBob
grocery bag.
Because when I'm about to doodle bop. Me hoin yoin, me yoin. Do you know how I feel to hear your mom fucking niggas that she barely know? You hear her moaning off them heavy strokes.
Me losing to a lame rapping is like you wipe your butthole and your nose with the same napkin. This shit's not happening.
What?
It's fun for me just to grab a boob. Plus my peanuts got an attitude.
The worst but funniest.
Huh? What the fuck? All right, let's get. I don't know, Quaz. I don't know. Let's get into this. Huh? I'm bewildered. All right, let's get into this story.
The sun is setting in the
We
distance.
got Justice League versus Godzilla versus King Kong. And rest in peace to Comic Historian. I'm gonna keep saying that because he died in I think it was a tragic car accident suddenly. It was one of my favorite channels. So rest in peace to Comic Story, and he always does a good breakdown and breaking down these stories. So rest in peace.
As they talk about their relationship, about how this was the first place that they met. I don't think I was ready for you, Clark or Superman, Lois says with a smile. Clark smiles back and gets down on one knee. How about now? He says quietly. They both pause, though, as the buildings begin to shake.
Holy shit.
But it's not just the Daily Planet. The entire city is shaking. Clark looks to the bay as something massive breaks through the water, and Godzilla rears its massive head up, surveying Metropolis.
I'm gonna keep it a beam. The only superhero that I believe that is formidable for Godzilla would be Superman, and that's like prime Superman, like the one that put a solar system, put a chain around the solar system, and tugged it across the motherfucking universe. That Superman, the one who sneezed and knocked out a whole solar system. That Superman. I got Dragon Ball and my own channel. You should check it out too. It's better than Dragon Ball Super. Oh yeah, put the link in the chat. Put the link in the chat. But the only person that I think that's formidable for Godzilla is the Superman that was up in the sun for 1,000 years, and he came back all golden and giving other people powers and resurrected Lois Lane. That Superman's fucking with Godzilla, but the regular Superman ain't fucking with no Godzilla. I don't give a fuck how much prep time Batman got. He not fucking with Godzilla. That nigga's the truth.
With murderous intent. 12
Oh,
hours
I'm about to look at
earlier,
it now.
Flash and Green Lantern watched the Justice League Watchtower monitors, marveling at Superman as he flies around the world trying to save everyone. It's like he literally is trying to save the world all at once, Hal notes. Flash nods, pointing out that this level of effort isn't sustainable, even for Superman. They question why the Man of Steel is even doing this. Well, he's going to ask Lois to marry him. Supergirl answers as she walks into the room. And then he's going on his first vacation ever? She continues with a smile. Hal and Barry are shocked, but also a little hurt. The Superman had to ask his cousin to fill him in. Because what is the Justice League without a mega powerful Kryptonian up its sleeve? Hal points out, admitting that he's jealous.
We're gonna look at this one next, guys. We definitely gonna look at this one next.
Supergirl looks back from the screens, pointing out that Superman is about to fight Titano. Doesn't he shoot kryptonite lasers from his eyes? Flash points out, and Hal nods, pointing as the giant ape fires a green blast at Superman. We should go give him a hand. Flash nods, disappearing in a flash of super speed. Hal then turns to Supergirl. Without powers, I could totally beat him, he says, and in moments, the Flash arrives at the battle, just as Superman is wrapping things up. Oh, hi, Flash. Is everything okay? He asks as he lifts the giant ape and flies him towards Stryker Island. They land at the prison where they're joined by Wonder Woman and Hal Jordan, and everyone congratulates Superman on his news, pointing out that he and Lois belong together. Meanwhile, at the hidden base of the Legion of Doom, the group of villains watch as Superman once again defeats their schemes. I'm sick of it! I say we take the fight to them. Black Adam growls, and the rest of the team nods, pointing out that they don't have a plan, and they begin to bicker amongst themselves. Maybe the Justice League always wins because they get along, Toyman points out, but Lex Luthor interrupts the arguments, explaining that he does in fact have a plan. He turns towards his helicopter, motioning them along. I'll fill you in on the way. Let's go, and dress warmly. In short order, the helicopter arrives at the Fortress of Solitude in the Arctic Circle.
Would you want to watch that one instead? You want to watch that one instead of this story? This seemed like a good story, but if you want to watch that one instead, I'll review the comic books that the people want to watch. I kept asking you guys if y'all had any suggestions last night.
The group of villains surveying the fortress from the air. It's impossible to find. It took 3 years of satellite tracking data and the greatest criminal minds in history to locate Superman's home. Lex tells his team,
all right, we'll do that. I just got to change the title. Fuck it. We'll do that. Yeah, drop the link. What's the channel called? Dragon Ball something? I'm going to put Dragon Ball Manga review. We're going to change it to that. This channel is new, so like I said, I got to switch accounts.
It's 9:15. How am I already underwater?
This John got yo, send the link to me in my text me the link, because this John got commercials. We ain't doing commercials over here.
The sun is setting in the
My
distance.
other account got commercials. So send the link to my oh, matter of fact, I'm gonna go in. Never mind. I'm gonna go in through my other John. Hold on. I'm gonna go in through my my other joint and get the link. All right. Whoa. Well, goddamn. The entire Monroe arc, the original Monroe verse, the multiverse. Oh, okay. Oh, okay. Well, we'll start here.
It's me.
So shout out to Unreal ENT Gaming. Quaz just put me on to this.
Goku! Don't forget to subscribe to Unreal and Gaming. Here, you'll find the latest Dragon Ball news and content. Also, don't forget to like the video and follow Unreal on both Instagram and Twitter.
Yo, his graphics is fire. How the fuck? See, this is what I don't get. How is regular fans, they be making live action Dragon Ball, they be making their own mangas, they be making their own Dragon Ball series, but they can't tell us, that Hollywood keep telling us that it would be too much graphics, they can't do it. How the fuck is regular schmegular ass people doing it, but Hollywood can't do it?
You, Kakarot, you will be the first to turn on notifications and give this video a like right now, or else I'll destroy you.
Right. Bro, I didn't watch so many. Yo, that's what I'm gonna start doing too. Reviewing them fan sagas. Them Jones is fire. You ever see Dragon Ball Epsilon? There's a couple of them Jones. Yeah, I'm gonna do Dragon Ball Epsilon next.
As the once former governing angel of the now destroyed Universe 13, Merno now looks to seek out his revenge in wanting to now wipe out the very totality of existence itself following his original exile eons ago. Merno now for billions of years had been plotting, waiting, and orchestrating a master plan and looking to take down both Omni Kings and the Grand Priest. The story of Merno's ultimate revenge comes from a perspective of pain, suffering, greed, betrayal, and more important.
Oh, was that him killing Jiren? He was killing. This nigga was killing. He killed Jiren. He killed Beerus. There was a couple of them I seen he knocked off in them slides.
Than anything else, power and the lust for the very power that Merno is now seeking in wanting to shift the balance of all of reality to suit his own liking. Our story now tells the tale of a once existing angel that was on the side of good, who had ultimately fallen out of grace due to his own lust and envy, and ultimately wanting to become something that he was never ever destined to be. As right now we tell the tale and the final story of Merno's ultimate revenge and final battle against the multiverse. Now before we dive any further into this video, if you are new to the channel and of course have a love and passion for all you
Story of the
As the story of the original Merno opens up with the Grand Priest being shown on Beerus' planet alongside both Goku and Vegeta, and from there being shown having to look up in the sky and now sensing that Merno has indeed entered the multiverse, that's when the Grand Priest went on to comment, "The process is complete. Merno, the once guardian of the former 13th universe, is reborn. His presence can be felt all throughout the 12 universes. I feared this day would come," he adds, but
that nigga's so strong that you can feel him throughout the multiverse. God damn. God damn.
Now I see what must be done. This was never intended to happen, the Grand Priest says, and from what I'm sensing, his heart is overwhelmed by rage and hatred. I sense both a great loss and burning desire at getting revenge settling in. He is too far gone to be reasoned with, he adds. I can't
Hell
sense his
yeah.
power or life energy, Beerus adds. Can you, Whis? Has he truly transcended beyond what he was? As Whis went on to respond, it's more than just transcending. It's as though he is an entirely new being, a soulless one, he adds. This is how I remembered him by, except he wasn't consumed by this darkness and hatred. So how strong do you think Merno is now compared to how he was before, Goku asks? I can't seem to feel his energy at all. You think he truly is everything he said he was going to be? By the expression on Whis' face, Vegeta adds, I'd say we are not going to be dealing with the same person, Kakarot. There's no telling what we are in for once we run into him again. We are going to need to give it our all if we even hope to survive, let alone beat him, he adds, especially if his clones were difficult to deal with, let alone his true body. I don't like this, Vegeta says. This might be one fight we cannot win, Kakarot. Wait,
Damn.
So if his true power and original body is now restored, then
this nigga even got Vegeta like, nah, bro, I don't even think we can do this one, bro. I think we might look the other way on this. I think we might have to let the gods handle this one.
where exactly is he, Goku asks? As in the meantime, with Merno then shown having to exit through the Dark Dimension and now having to enter Universe 8, it was during this point in time where Merno had finally gone in initiating his plans and seeing it through, as he then went on to comment, now to begin, Universe 8 will be the leading example of my judgments. I sense a universe teeming with life that has no purpose to exist in my world. These mortals here don't pose any threat to me, he adds, and to think these gods would rather choose to protect these creatures over their own kind. It's been generations since the last time I came into this universe. Look how far it's fallen. Pathetic. It's time to purge you from this paradise you call life, Merno says. Your loss of life will not be remembered. Let this be an example to the gods. As with one simple glare, what Merno had gone and doing was Merno was then shown wiping out multiple planets just by having to simply exist. As Merno from there went on to continue, the loss of billions doesn't come close to the exile I've faced, to be condemned for wanting better. No, it will be you who will be condemned, Merno says. It's been a very long time since I was able to do this. By only using a small portion, let's see how many will fall, Merno adds. They brought this onto themselves, as out of nowhere what Merno had gone and doing was Merno from there had taken initiative in firing a gigantic blast deep into outer space, and going as far as to wipe out trillions of life forms by blowing up hundreds of planets. As
this nigga threw one blast and knocked off a bunch of planets? Oh yeah, Superman not fucking with him. They should have put him up against Godzilla. God dang. This nigga just waved his hand and knocked off trillions of people? That is wild.
Was able to sense this on Beerus' planet. That's when Whis went on to walk on over by asking, Grand Minister, do you also sense this great loss of life in the 8th? I do, Whis, says the Grand Priest. It has begun. I wasn't expecting for him to enter Universe 8, but rather come here first. But why? There must be a reason for this, the Grand Priest says, as hundreds of different planets are then shown being destroyed in Universe 8. It was only from that point on where a voice went on to ask Merno, and just what the hell do you think you're doing? As from behind Merno, we then see how both the Universe 8 God of Destruction, Liquior, and his angel Korn had then confronted Merno. As Liquior went on to continue, how the hell did you manage to come into this universe undetected, he asked.
He knocked off hundreds of planets. I don't think you motherfuckers realize how devastating that is. The man waved his hand, just threw a blast in outer space and knocked off hundreds of planets. That's an unfathomable number of lives. He just knocked off just a wave of his hand. This dude is diabolical.
You will not go any further. This ends
I'm glad you
now. As
told me
Merno
that.
went on to respond, your threats mean nothing to me, Destroyer. Hello, Korn. So it is true, Korn says. Merno. But how? How are you alive? So that's him, huh? Liquor asks, the one the Grand Priest warned us about. It's been far too long, Merno says. Surely you haven't forgotten about me, have you? You seem to be doing well for yourself. Tell me something. How has your position been treating you in this universe? I ask because there won't be one once I'm done here. The last time I saw your face, you stood in silence and watched me suffer. Don't do this, Merno, Korn shouts. This is not the way, my brother. Think about what you're doing. There won't be a universe, huh? Liquor asks. Not if I don't see to it to end your life, there won't. You're no angel. You disgraced your title a long time ago. I'm calling your bluff. Then if you're bold enough to call my...
Merno ain't trying to hear none of that shit. Merno ain't trying to hear none of that. I'm knocking everything off. He ain't trying to hear none of that.
bluff, Merno says. Come stop me then. I will enjoy ripping you apart and making you into my first example, foolish animal. Pathetic, huh? That mouth of yours will be the first thing I detach from your face. You will not disrespect me. As Liquor from there...
He said that mouth will be the first thing I'm knocking off your face. Merno on some gangster shit. Oh man, he might be my new favorite character.
Was shown dashing directly towards Merno, as from that point on, Korn had begged Liquor not to do this, as Korn went on to shout, "Do not engage!" But Liquor did not listen, because as Liquor went on to punch Merno in the face, this had absolutely no effect on him, as Merno was barely shown even having to flinch, as Liquor went on to respond, "No."
I love when they do that in Dragon Ball. In Dragon Ball, when you punch somebody, it's just like, shh. Professor Cupcake, peace and welcome. I love when they do that in Dragon Ball, when somebody's so strong and you punch him and he just look at you. That's when you know you fucked up. You fucked up. You know you fucked up. You know you fucked up. You know you fucked up. Let me tell you something. You fucked up. You punch somebody and it just be like, shh. You just look at him like, nigga, did somebody, is there a fly in the room? Oh my God. Yo, imagine punching somebody, right? And he doesn't move, nothing. You just, and your hand fucked up, bro. You got it. You got that fight. I don't want to fight. You win. I'm the type of person that don't back down from a fight. But if I punch somebody and he just look at me, 00, peace and welcome. If I just punch somebody and the nigga just looks at me, he just, oh, fight over. Oh, yeah. I don't want to fight anymore. I'm going home. No, I'm going home. I don't want to fight anymore. I don't want to fight anymore. You got that one. My hair all bunched up in this thing. I don't want to fight no more. You got that one, bro. You win. I was supposed to be getting my fucking hair done, but my wife went out and she ain't get back yet. She left out earlier and she ain't get back yet, so I'm still waiting for her so I can get my hair done. So I said, fuck it, I'm gonna do a live stream. You know how strong the God of Destruction is. Imagine being so strong that they're attacked. Now, that's what I'm saying. He just look at him. Oh my God, I'll be shitting my pants. For those of you who just getting in the building, peace and welcome. We were going to do Justice League versus Godzilla versus King Kong, but Quaz showed me this shit, him. So we might just do half and half.
No way. So as a response,
we're not going to be able to do this whole thing. This video is 9 hours long. We're going to have to do part 1s and part 2s of this. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to do half of this and do half Justice League versus Godzilla versus King Kong.
Does is he still attempts to attack Merno anyway, as Merno went on to tell him, your attacks are a joke. As within that very moment, out of nowhere, what Merno had done was Merno had gone in simply having to glare once at Liquor, which turned out to be more effective than meets the eye, as Liquor's body from that point on was shown crashing through multiple different planets, and even shown getting blown right past his own angel. As from that point on, Merno went on to get behind his brother by telling him, don't assume that you will be exempt from this punishment either, traitor. As with one unexpected and brutal backhand to Korn's face, Korn's body was then shown flying out into the distance, as Merno wanted to emphasize his pain by then telling his brother, your loyalty to that ridiculous child Zeno will cost you dearly. You could have made a difference. You all could, but now I have become the difference maker, and there will be no mercy. But then, to the surprise of Merno, Liquior had returned and teleporting in front of Merno by telling him, I agree, there will be no mercy, he says, Hawkeye! But to the horrifying shock of Liquior, the Hawkeye technique did not work at all, as Liquior stood there shocked by responding, it's not working. Why isn't it working? This isn't possible. As out of nowhere, it was now Merno's turn in attacking Liquior, as Merno went on to uppercut Liquior in the stomach by telling him, your failure shouldn't come as a surprise when faced against a superior life form.
He blew that nigga through planets, bro. That's bro, you know how battered and beaten your body got it gonna be? And he blew you through planets like you went through one planet through another. And you can't Hawkeye Angel. You said Static Shock. You said, I don't see why you're not doing nothing. The comic book you started in Static Shock. That's not. Wait, what Static Shock joint? I did a Static Shock joint? What Static Shock joint? Put the link in the chat. I'll do Static Shock instead of Justice League all day. Put the link in the chat for that. I'll do Static Shock versus Justice League all day. I mean, over Justice League. I just thought that Justice League joint would be a good joint, but put the link in the chat, Double D.
You had your chance, puny destroyer. My power has no limits. As Liquior went on to cough up blood by asking, what are you? Let's lead by example, Merno continues. This technique was fumbled around by the...
You said I am Static Shock. That's me. I'm Static Shock now. I take that title. I'll definitely take that title. Yeah, you definitely can't Hakai an angel. I thought that's something that the wait, you can't? I thought the Hakai work on everybody. I thought the Hakai work on everybody. That shit don't work on angels?
The entity known as Goku Black. Let's make use of this properly, as Merno had gone in spawning 2 energy blades and then being shown slicing off
cut the nigga arms off.
Only from that point on where Merno went on to tell him, beginning with your arms.
He cut that nigga arms off. Oh, this nigga is ruthless. Yo, for those of you wasn't here, this nigga started off. He comes into the universe. He starts off. He just waves his hand, throws out an energy blast, knock off hundreds of planets. These niggas show up. He can't do nothing with him. He throwing this nigga through planets, chopping that man arms off. You said you sent it to my phone? Hold on. Yo, this is ridiculous. What number did you send it to? I hope you ain't send it to my old number. He says it's a suggestion, not a request. I know. Calm down. Did you send it to my old number? Hold on. Let me send you my new number. I just sent you a text to my my new number. So send it to that. He said it's just a suggestion, not a request.
in which were used against me will be taken away, he says. If one chooses to live by the sword, then you will be held to die by the sword, destroyer. As with Liquior shown screaming in absolute agony, it was only then where out of nowhere, Korn had attempted in striking...
What type of names are these? Liquior and Korn and... These things got some weird days.
Merno from behind, but Merno was in fact fast enough and having to quickly move out of the way as Korn went on to shout, "Stop this! You will not, Merno!" "No, Korn," says Merno, "I will not. You will wait
Oh,
your
yeah, we
turn
definitely do
once
that.
I'm done. As again, with one simple punch to the face, Merno had gone and knocking his brother deep into outer space by telling him, ironic how you choose to fight for the Destroyer,
Well,
but
alright,
never
I
bothered
got
to
it.
fight for me when I needed you the most. It's as I said. You will wait your turn. As with Merno then shown turning around and then grabbing Liquor by the neck, he then went on to tell him, now back to you. Do you know why this is happening? Because it's destiny, Merno says. I hold the keys to both life and death, not you. I am going to bathe history with your blood. Disgusting placement holder, you had no purpose. And those with no purpose don't belong here, he says. So here's a parting gift, Merno adds, a token for your defiance. History will remember you as being the fool who believed he could have made a difference.
Oh,
Now
wow.
disappear from existence, Merno says. As with one gigantic blast,
Damn.
Merno had gone in doing exactly what he had said, and that's completely go as far as to wipe out the Universe 8 God of Destruction for good. As from that point on, with nothing remaining, that's when Merno went on to continue, not a trace remaining. The beauty of death will
He blasted that nigga in his face so hard that it was nothing left of the man. Not even a shred of iota, anything left of this man. That is wild. Did this dude create this manga? The dude who channel this is the two real guy. This channel that we watching, is he the one who made this? Once the God of Destruction guy, the Supreme Kai dies too because they're linked. I know. That's crazy.
never cease to amaze me. Did he truly think he stood a chance against what I am now? I am beyond the simple power these destroyers possess. As Korn went on to utter, Merno, what have you done? He's gone. The God of Destruction is really gone. Murno, how could you? How could you do this? And now, brother,
Where the
it's
fuck is Weez
your
at?
turn, as promised. Why are you in such a loss for words? Did you not think this day would come? Did you not think I was going to return? Why are you not active, Murno asks. Your destroyer
Yeah,
was
he make a
killed.
good
Your
choice.
duties are over. How are you still functioning, he questions. As an angered Cord went on to respond, you will not get away with this. You know that, don't you? I will do what I must to protect this universe. I am active because the Grand Minister has lifted the laws of us angels. We are permitted to do what we must in order to see this through against you. Interesting, Merno responds. So the Grand Priest calls for his children to be slaughtered instead of facing me directly. Cowardice, he says, but then, out of nowhere from behind Merno, multiple space cops were then shown appearing as they went on to tell Merno, you are under arrest. There he is, right there, target locked, fire, fire, fire. As we then see how all of these ships have gone in.
Oh, you got the game fucked up. You got the game fucked up. I just watched this man destroy a god of destruction. I'm turning the vehicle around. I'm turning the vehicle around. I'm turning my badge in. Turn badge and gun. And keys to the spaceship. You handle that. I'm turning in my badge, my gun. Hold on. Did you say go arrest him? You talking about the dude right there that just knocked off 100 planets with the wave of his hand, and then destroyed the god of destruction and the Supreme Kai like it was nothing. Him? That's who you say go arrest? Taking off the walkie-talkie, taking off my badge, handing in my gun. Oh yeah, here go the keys to the spaceship too. Here, take that too. I quit. I'm turning in my resignation. I'm done. And I'm gonna go crawl in the biggest hole I can find and hide. Nigga, what?
Firing multiple attacks at Merno, but with Merno shown creating a barrier and once again turning around and glaring at the ships directly, none of this had happened to have phased Merno in the slightest, as these individuals were then shown getting killed. As Merno's actions from here on in were enough to warrant a response from Korn, that's when Korn was shown dashing towards Merno directly by telling him, that's enough! I cannot let you destroy what remains in this universe. And you think you will stop me how, Merno asks. As with Merno then shown having to move back and avoiding Korn's staff strike, that's when Korn went on to tell him, I will do what I must. Do not force my hand. You will stop this and face the Grand Priest. But despite what it was that Korn was saying, Merno had gone and grabbing onto Korn's staff by telling him, You and I both know that that won't be happening, Korn. You will stop, Merno, Korn shouts. As from a close enough distance, Korn attempted to blast Merno in the face, but with Merno shown being fast enough and simply having to move his neck in avoiding the attack, back on Beerus' planet, the Grand Priest was then beginning to sense the fight involving Merno and Korn. As the Grand Priest went on to respond, I feared it would come to this. A battle between angels was always forbidden, but to ensure victory,
the Grand Priest ain't shit. That nigga ain't shit, bro. You should have showed up, nigga. You knew he was coming. Your ass just sat back and chilled, thanks and everything, nigga. Get your goofy ass on the battlefield. Stop babysitting that child. That goddamn child. Where's Zeno at? This nigga is just wiping everything out, and they just standing back watching it from 7 universes away. I feared this. What happened? Get your goofy ass on the battlefield.
they must do what is needed to protect their positions as angels as well as defending their universe. I sense the battle shifting in Merno's favor, he adds. Korn must hold on long enough for the Omni Kings to grant me approval to intervene. But I fear by then, he continues, it will already be too late. As Whis went on to ask him, he will kill him if this goes on. Are the others aware of Merno's arrival? What are we to do if we are not able to be given access to intervene? They are all aware of Merno's presence, but are not aware of his...
Oh, so the dude who wrote this story is basically alcoholic. That's what you're telling me. Liquor, corn liquor, Merno, Smirnoff, I think. All the angels. That nigga's alcoholic.
Sudden entry, the Grand Priest says. I will go and contact them now. If I am unable to sway the Omni Kings into stepping in, then the fate of the multiverse rests on your hands, he says. The hands of both the destroyers, mortals, and angels. I trust that whatever happens, we cannot lose the Super Dragon Balls either, the Grand Priest says. In case something happens, they must be gathered to reverse Merno's destruction. As the Grand Priest was then shown using his staff, in going as far as to contact all of the other universes alongside with their destroyers and angels. Before having to do so, that's when the Grand Priest went on to continue, and if we lose those, there is no telling what the Omni Kings will do, which is best to keep them from knowing about Merno for now, he adds. If the Omni Kings were to engage, then they will certainly erase everything at once and leave nothing behind, which is not what we want, the Grand Priest tells Whis. Rulers of the universe, the Grand Priest shouts, both destroyers and angels. I call upon you all during this darkest hour. The fallen angel of the once 13th universe, Merno, has returned. His very influence is causing an imbalance within the multiverse. He has been restored to his former glory, he says. I call upon you all to do what is needed to protect your universe. The law of the angels has been lifted in order to grant you all with the permission to fight in defense of your universe, he continues. The balance of all creations lies in your ability to do what you can to protect it. Merno has entered the 8th universe and is battling the angel Korn. Its destroyer Liquor is dead. You are to stand your ground against him at all costs, the Grand Priest says. I shall see to it that the matter is dealt with by speaking with the Omni Kings. No matter the situation, do what is needed to aid and protect each other as equals, with Beerus then responding, that stupid Merno is really going to force me to work alongside Champa in this. It's not like we really have a choice at this point, my lord, Whis says, especially compared to what Merno is now. He's not the same person as he was before, as we only then take a look at back in Universe 11 in seeing how Jiren was clutching on to Belmont's garment after he was training with Margarita. As the Grand Priest went on to continue, protect the Super Dragon Balls from having Merno obtain or destroy them at all costs. I trust that you all will band together during this hour and fight as one. May you all do your absolute best, he says.
There you go again, sending everybody else to their death instead of taking his little midget ass out there or his little short ass out there and handling it himself. Manga would have been over if his goofy ass just went out there.
Sounds really bad, Vegeta, Goku says, but it looks like we have no choice here. We've got to use everything we have against him. But will it be enough this time, Vegeta asks? As Whis went on to chime in, I'm afraid not. However, in case of an emergency, you must have a backup plan if you two were to fall to him. Having a backup plan is better than fighting blindly, Whis adds. I need you both to extend your hands to me. You will need these in case things get tough, he continues. I count that you will both use them at the right time. As Whis went on to spawn a set of Potara earrings in each of their hands, it was from there where Whis went on to continue. Now they may appear to be just regular Potara earrings, but they are not. This pair does not crumble under the pressure of power, which means no matter how high you go, you will not be defused. I went on to seal them using a small portion of my angelic power, which means you can fight to your heart's content. They can absorb as much power as you can put out, he adds, and will not separate you until the hour is up. Consider these angel Potaras, as Goku went on to respond, whoa, angel Potaras? So me and Vegeta won't have any issue like we did against Zamasu? No, he says, you will not. What's also unique is they are able to absorb passive power that's given to it, but only if needed. It's better if we keep these close, Vegeta Goku says. In case we need them, we wouldn't have to waste any time looking for them. You're lucky I'm even considering this, Kakarot, Vegeta says. The message is delivered and my time here is up, the Grand Priest says. I trust you will fight to either destroy him or hold him off long enough for my return. We will not meddle with time. That will be my duty, he says, and I will see to it that it is done the right way. May you honor your titles and do what is needed. I will see you all very shortly. And as the Grand Priest was then shown taking his
Nah, Quaz, that's corny. He could have just handled all this shit himself. Why has he got to go ask permission from the Omni King to stop this man from destroying the universe? I don't understand that part. But hey, we'll get into the story. It'll probably all make sense.
his leave, we only then go back to Universe 8 and seeing Korn get beaten around by Merno, as Merno then went on to ask him, do you remember the beatings I used to give you when we trained to become attendees? Look how far you've fallen. Do you regret your choices now, Korn? As with Merno then shown getting behind Korn and grabbing him by the back of the neck, he then went on to continue, you're one of the more interesting ones. Allow me to employ this technique, he says, something I picked up from the mortals that could be of use. Your power. Give it to me, Merno says. To where as Merno was shown having to drain more of Korn's power, that's when Merno went on to tell him, a useful ability once used by a mortal named Moro. You won't be needing this. Do you feel that? Are you wondering why you are unable to move? Not only am I removing your power, but I am also using a deadly nerve paralyzing technique to hold you in place. Your time as an angel is up, Merno says. May you serve as the ultimate example to show what happens to traitors, Merno shouts. Within that very moment, once again, Merno had gone and spawning yet another energy blade, and from there being shown slicing Korn's body in half as both Whis and the Grand...
He cut it. Oh, wow. He cut that nigga in half. Yo, this dude is ruthless. He only stepped in this universe for it. He ain't been in there more than 5 minutes. And this nigga has taken out hundreds of planets, a god of destruction, and an angel, all in within a minute and a half of being in this universe. He done took out trillions of lives, hundreds of planets, a god of destruction. All this nigga is diabolical.
And priests were able to sense this, with Korn's body being held in place as blood is dripping all throughout space itself. That's when Merno went on to tell him, you pathetic, dirty, backstabbing fool, does it hurt? Well, now that half of you is gone, allow me to take care of the rest. A message to the multiverse, Merno says. There will be no mercy. To where, shockingly enough, within that moment, Merno had gone to do the exact same thing that he had done to Liquor, and that's carry on by blasting Korn's body into pieces, as Merno from there went on to continue, music to my ears. Now then, 1 down, 11.
That's crazy. There's no way I'm standing by and watching my son get slaughtered like that. I don't care. Zeno, whatever the hell his name is, the Omni King, he would just have to erase me. You just have to erase me because there's no way I'm standing there allowing my son to be murdered like that. That is just ridiculous. This dude is ruthless. It's one thing to be knocking off planets, but it's a whole different ball game for you to just be sitting there slicing my son up and then blow him to pieces. No diddy. That's wild. And he got to sit back and watch it and go ask for permission to defend his child. Oh wow, this book is crazy. Hold on, y'all. I'm giving my son some juice. Put this back in the fridge first, and then come back for your cup.
Even more angels to go. These traitors had this punishment coming, Merno adds, to think that I am in the wrong. Me. I had everything taken away, and for what, Merno asks?
Yeah,
This
that's
world
another
is
thing. His own son, and that's what's got to be hard about it too. His own son is killing his siblings, so now he has to pick a side between his children. He can't. Like that's crazy. He has no choice. He can't just stop it and have them reconcile. He got to take a side. Oh man, that'd be the hardest choice in my life.
nothing but evil, and my own evil just happened to manifest because of it. Because of the circumstances of your actions, not mine. There is only one thing left that needs to be done, Merno says. This universe.
Oh, so that's how he got so strong. He sent clones out into other dimensions and other universes and timelines that distill techniques and bring it back to him. That's a good strategy. I ain't gonna lie. That's a very good strategy. You ain't gotta do no training. You just send your clones out, and then they come back and give you the techniques. That's wild.
Universe must be erased. In which, as Merno had then gone and spawning a gigantic energy blast up above him, he then went on to continue. The sins of its god, the sins of its angel, and all creatures who stand in the way of my revenge will be eliminated. Let this universe serve as an example to those who dare stand in my path, Merno adds. It never should have ended this way, but it must, and it will, he continues. You took everything away from me. Everything I built and protected was ripped away from me, and now it shall be taken away from you. I warned you that this was coming, Merno says. I warned you that I would come. But this will not end here. This is simply one of 12 to fall. Enjoy the fireworks from your sheltered world. As Merno was then shown creating a portal behind him, and from that point on, Merno had gone and throwing this gigantic ball of energy directly at the center of the universe by responding, let this be the final nail in the coffin of this universe. To where as soon as Merno had then gone and making his exit and turning back one more time, before the entire universe was then shown getting erased.
This dude has been in the fucking joint for 5 minutes and he knocked off a whole universe. Niggas always talking about even though this ain't canon, Superman ain't fucking with him. Superman ain't taking out no universe. And not even the Superman that was up in the sun for 1,000 years. He ain't taking out no universe. That's diabolical, ain't the word. Oh my God, this man took out a universe.
Race, that's when Merno went on to comment, you've had this coming. To where it was only then from that point on, we then see how Universe 8 was then destroyed, as even the Grand Priest could not believe this, as the Grand Priest comments, certainly he didn't. Oh no, he says, Merno, what have you done? Vegeta, look, Goku says, something's happened. Look at their faces. I've never seen Whis act this way before. With Vegeta responding, I see it too. Hey, what the heck just happened? What did Merno just do? As right before taking off and going back to the Omni King's palace, the Grand Priest had then gone and spawning all 12 universes above him, and going as far as to address the issue by responding, I no longer sense either the God of Destruction or the Angel of Universe 8. In fact, I no longer sense the universe in existence either. One of the 12 universes that currently stands, it would appear as though with Merno's return, he went on to destroy one of them. There is but darkness that remains, the Grand Priest says. All traces of life.
Hold on for a second, I got a phone call.
Life have been destroyed. It's as though Universe 8 has never even existed. An unforgivable act, he says. The Angel Corn approached Merno with the intent to bring him to justice rather harm, an act that he paid with his life. This further stands that Merno cannot be reasoned with nor apprehended. Merno must go on to be destroyed, the Grand Priest says. Was he challenged in any kind of way, Beerus asks? Yeah, did anyone try and stop him, Goku asks, with the Grand Priest responding, I'm not sure what happened, but I can only assume that both its God of Destruction and Angel attempted to do what they could in order to see the situation through. I sensed conflict, which means they attempted to fight, and had ultimately failed. I am to return to Zeno at once, the Grand Priest says. He cannot be made aware that universes are being destroyed, otherwise he will go on to erase everything as we know it, just as he had once done before. I am to ask for my request to use my power to end this. Do what you can, the Grand Priest says. Do not attempt to capture him. It will only lead you down the same path it led Korn. Fight to protect and fight to destroy. I will return in the meantime, the Grand Priest says. I will employ my skills to do what is needed, Whis says, but I must know, if we are to fall, could there still be a way to see this through? If the Dragon Balls are protected, could they be used to restore the lives Merno has ripped away? What if he were to destroy those in the process, with the Grand Priest responding, if you were to fail, then there are only two who stand in his path, myself and the Omni Kings. If one of the 7 Dragon Balls were to be destroyed, then there is no way to reverse the damage that Merno has caused. From what I'm sensing, Merno is far beyond any of my children and any destroyer and mortal I've seen, but he is not invincible. Merno is beatable, but it will not be easy to do. Let's not forget he stood as my mightiest angel, he adds, and although he is mighty, hope still remains, he says. There is still a way to win, even without me, but your greatest chance lies with me by your side. Remember what's on the line, the Grand Priest says. I bid you all a farewell for now. To where as soon as the Grand Priest was shown leaving, an irritated Beerus went
I think him knocking off a god of destruction in a whole universe and a supreme Kai is should grant that man permission automatically. I don't see why. And why the fuck is he still going to all these other people instead of the Omni King asking for permission to jump in? That's what I don't get. You going to the wrong people. You keep going to prepare everybody. How about you go to the Omni King and ask for permission and stop this?
on to respond, damn this angel, beyond any destroyer, huh? We'll see about that. I will not be made into a fool by him again. Hey, Goku, Vegeta, what are you two planning? If he were to come here next, what's your strategy? You better not mess this up. As Goku went on to turn towards Vegeta in responding, to be honest, I don't think we have one. Hey, Vegeta, I think it's best if we go back to Earth and let everyone know what's going on. Good thinking, Vegeta says. We may need them in case we aren't enough. It won't be much, but it's the best chance we have. I would encourage you to...
We may need them in case if we aren't enough. If y'all ain't enough, what the hell is they gonna do? What? What is they gonna do?
Put all of your differences aside, Whis says, and get whoever you can to aid us in this battle. Anything less and our chances will fall short. As Beerus went on to chime in, this includes Frieza too. Don't go fighting each other until we made sure that Merno is dead. Well, grab on, Vegeta, Goku says. We'll see what we can do, Lord Beerus. Let's just hope that we can get everyone to be on the same page. We'll be back shortly, Vegeta says, to where as Goku was then shown using instant transmission, Beerus went on to further emphasize by shouting, "You better," and no fighting amongst each other. So he destroyed the universe like that. When we were fighting him here, although he was stronger than us, you were able to hang in there, Whis. So why is it different now? Tell me, what makes him so scary that we need to fear him now? As Whis went on to respond,
That's
well,
true,
for
Clark.
one, this is Merno's true angel form from what I remember him by. And the other is that his true power before he was taken down has been restored. And
I
what
thought
makes him
Whis
so
was the
dangerous
strongest
now
angel.
is that he is not holding back. Merno was the first angel that was born and trained by the Grand
Oh,
Priest. He was also
perfect.
the first among the angels to approach his level of power. Although at the time he was still nowhere near the Grand Priest, but there was no doubt that he was on that path. But this was before his heart turned black and before this hatred he has. So there's no telling how powerful he truly is. As Beerus responds, great. It's bad enough that I nearly died before. Whis, we need to come up with a plan. He could be on his way to us right now as we speak. We can't can't take any risks. As in the meantime, with the Grand Priest shown returning back to the Omni King's palace, the Grand Priest then went on to comment, "This entire situation could have been avoided a long time ago if you had only accepted your fate, Merno. I will do what must be done in order to see this through to the end, but not without getting approval in order to do what I..."
So he finally gets to the goddamn Grand Prix at the Omni King. And the Omni King just sit there chuckling it up like ain't nothing happened.
Must, he adds. I can only hope the others will take care of him before my arrival. But even then, I'm not sure if I will be given the permission I need to do what I must. I must reason with the Omni Kings accordingly. And as the Grand Priest was shown having to enter the throne room, it was only from that point on where the Grand Priest went on to greet the Omni Kings by commenting, "Greetings, almighty sires. It's the Grand Minister. Have you come to play?" "I'm afraid not, your majesty. I humbly come to you during this dark hour to ask you for your approval on a matter that requires my presence. This request comes as an emergency," he says. "An emergency request? Did something happen? What is your approval for?" the Omni Kings ask. As we only then make our way back to Merno, and seeing how Merno had now once again entered another universe, that's when Merno went on to make his exit by responding, "But of course, Universe 3, home of the technologically advanced super fighters of the cosmos, home of its destroyer Moscow and my brother Kapari. Traitorous fools, do they honestly believe machines will be enough to save them from what's coming? Pathetic. These warriors spawn from scraps of metal and wires."
I ain't gonna lie, the Omni King sound like the God of the Bible. Anytime like something small goes wrong, he want to destroy everything. You can tell that Omni King is modeled after the God of the Bible, because he got the same short temper. Every time something goes wrong, it could be the smallest, minute little fucking problem, and that motherfucker want to destroy everything.
"We have nothing in common," Merno says. "Now let's see," Merno says.
Yeah,
"Where are you?
are.
I sense a collective of energy signals ahead, including my brother and his destroyer. So, you've prepared for me, is that it? They must have been informed by the Grand Priest of my arrival," Merno says. "No matter, though. I will hunt them all down if it's the last thing I do. And these worlds around me, they are unworthy of such divinity. They are unworthy of existing in my world. Let them all be purged," Merno adds, as once again, as soon as Merno went on to open his eyes, we only then see how once again hundreds of planets within the blink of an eye are then shown being destroyed, as in the meantime we then see how both Kapari and Moscow...
The nigga blinked his eyes and destroyed about hundreds of planets again. Yo, this dude is ruthless. He's beyond ruthless. He's gonna show up to the dude with the big nose.
Are seemingly enough gathering the Universe 3 fighters together. As from that point on, Kapari went on to address everyone by responding, "Moscow says that no matter what happens, he wants all of you to employ and use everything you have in this fight. We will be aiding you in the meantime." But then, all of a sudden, Kapari went on to hear a very familiar voice. As Merno had now finally found his way to both the God of Destruction and his brother, that's when Merno went on to respond by asking, "And just what exactly do you hope to accomplish with those pathetic weaklings by your side?" "That voice," Kapari says, and as soon as Kapari went on to turn around, he was only then met by none other than his older brother Merno, as Merno went on to tell his brother, "It's been a long time, Kapari."
Yo, his form is fire too. His form is fire. He got the arch around him, and he got the arch around his wrist. That's fire.
How could I ever forget? You were one of the ones who called for my exile. I hope you know that you are about to get what you had coming for a very long time. So I see you assembled an army of machine mutants to stop me," Merno says. "Well, just so you all know, you will all get what's coming. Every single one of you. So then, which one of you lambs is the first to be slaughtered?" Merno asks. "The shepherd has come home, and now it's time for the cattle to be exterminated." As in the meantime, back within Universe 7, we then go to Earth and seeing how all of our warriors have now finally gathered together.
Even grab Freezer.
The overall situation, as Piccolo went on to chime in by telling everyone, "I really can't tell you what's going on here, but this is most definitely a difficult situation to be in, especially given our power."
All right, class, we're gonna split this up. We're gonna stop this one right here. This is gonna be part 1. We gotta split it up, because I do want to do the Static Shock joint, and I want to do a couple other joints. So we're gonna split this up. We're gonna split it into sections. So this is gonna be part 1. Next joint gonna be part 2. We gotta split this one into sections. Let's look at this Static Shock joint that he gave me. That what's the name sent me. But that shit is fire. What happened to
The
Static
TV
Shock?
screen.
What happened to Static Shock? Let's find out.
And the unbeatable lineup of kids' WB cartoons. For many of us, one show stood out. A show that combined humor, action, and heart. Static Shock. With his electromagnetic powers, witty comebacks, and relatable teenage struggles, Static quickly became a fan favorite. He wasn't just another superhero, he was a cultural phenomenon. But then, just as quickly as he arrived, he was gone.
Yeah,
The
that
show
was
ended,
too.
the comics disappeared from shelves,
Yeah,
and for
what
years, Static Shock was reduced to a memory. Today, we're diving deep into the mystery of what really happened to Static Shock. Why did he disappear? What went on behind the scenes? And, most importantly, could we...
No, actually, they added the Static into Young Justice. Y'all ain't never see the show Young Justice? It's about the sidekicks and shit. Static is in there. They switched how he got his powers. He's not a bang baby no more. But Static is in there. And they made a live action Static Shock too. I was just watching it the other day. It's all right. The actors are terrible.
see him make a grand return? Let's get into it. Before Static Shock was electrifying TV screens, he was making waves in the comic book world. His story begins in 1993, during a time when the superhero landscape looked very, well, let's just say monochromatic.
Yo, I'm not gonna lie, that show is better than the Justice League show. It's fire. It's more adult. It got more problems. The storyline is crazy. The storyline is crazy, and I think it's way better than the Justice League shows. It's way better. You gotta watch Young Justice. It's fire. And the grand finale with Zod come back. Zod is black. Zod come back as a nigga. I'm dead serious. Zod, you know Zod, Superman arch rival, black.
The big names in comics, Marvel and DC, were dominating the market, but their characters lacked diversity. Sure, there were a few exceptions, but they often felt like afterthoughts. Enter Milestone Media, a company founded by Dwayne McDuffie, Dennis Cowan, Michael Davis, and Derek T. Dingle. Milestone Media wasn't just another comic.
Derek T. Dingle. Oh, it's the dude who made Icon. Okay. Oh yeah, they did a live action Icon too. It's I'll show y'all.
Book company. It was a revolution. These four black creators saw a glaring problem: the lack of authentic representation in comics. Their mission was simple but ambitious.
But you know what I saw people say? Can you name 5 characters, 5 black superheroes that don't got electric powers? Just 5 black superheroes that don't have electricity as a power. It's hard. It is some that don't, but it is hard. Icon is one. But he's an alien. Icon's story is fire because he's an alien from outer space who fell during slavery times, and he took the form of the slaves. He wound up killing the slave masters and killing Green Lantern too, and killing the president to end slavery. So we definitely got to get into that one.
Create a universe where people of color weren't sidekicks or stereotypes, but heroes. One of their standout creations was Static, also known as Virgil Hawkins. Named after a real-life historical figure who fought for civil rights and education.
Oh, wow, I didn't know that.
Teenager living in Dakota City. He wasn't born with powers. He got them during the Big Bang, a chemical explosion that gave him electromagnetic abilities. Static was different from other heroes. He wasn't a billionaire playboy or an alien from another planet. He was a
He's
kid
from
with
the hood.
homework, a curfew, and a complicated social life. His struggles, both as a hero and a teenager, made him incredibly relatable. Milestone didn't just create characters, they created stories that felt real. Virgil's journey wasn't just about fighting villains. It was about navigating the challenges of growing up in a world that often underestimated him. By the late 1990s,
I was just watching the Static Shock series. Last thing I remember is his pop found out that he was Static Shock and he had to save his pop, and that was it. It ended on a cliffhanger. His homie got his power. His homie wound up having powers. He is super genius or something like that.
Static's popularity caught the attention of Warner Brothers Animation. They saw potential in bringing this teenage superhero to life on a small screen. In 2000, Static Shock premiered on Kids WB. The show was an instant hit, not just because of its action-packed episodes, but because of its heart. What made Static Shock unique was its willingness to address real-world issues. While other superhero shows focus solely on battling villains, Static Shock tackled topics like racism, gun violence, bullying, and even homelessness.
Right. Static Shock was relatable. Blade 2. That's 4. That's 4. All in the same universe, though. You jump in universes. I mean, you jump in comic books. But you're right. That's 4. But Static Shock was very relatable. It dealt with everything you could relate to it. It had racism, gun violence, gang violence, homelessness, everything you can imagine going through in life. Static went through in his series, and that's what made it so relatable. And I used to sit down and watch that shit every Saturday morning. No, I do mean in general. But it's hard to find them in the same universe. I just thought about that, but I do mean in general.
One particularly memorable episode dealt with gun violence.
Yeah,
Virgil's friend is accidentally shot, forcing him to confront the realities of weapons in his community. In another episode, Virgil faces racism from the father of one of his friends. These weren't just bold choices for a kids' show, they were groundbreaking. And let's not forget the humor. Static wasn't your typical brooding superhero. He was sarcastic, witty, and full of personality. His banter with his best friend Richie, who later becomes Gear, gave the show a fun, dynamic energy. But despite its success, 4 seasons, daytime Emmy nominations, and a loyal fan base, Static Shock came to an abrupt end in 2004. So why was Static Shock canceled? It wasn't due to a lack of viewers.
I think it was because Static was starting to overshine all the other shows. People wasn't tuning in to Superman animation. People wasn't tuning in to Batman animation. Even though that Batman joint was crazy. People wasn't really tuning in. They was watching Static, or they was watching the Jackie Chan adventures. That was the lineup, wasn't it? It was Static. It was either Jackie Chan adventures, then Static, or Static, then the Jackie Chan adventures. Those were the 2 main hit shows that in my time that I was watching, and I knew everybody else was watching. I used to love when the Jackie and another thing. That shit was hilarious.
In fact, the show was one of Kids WB's most popular series.
Right.
The real reasons are far more complex. First, let's talk about the shifting landscape of children's television. By the early 2000s, cable networks like Cartoon Network and Nickelodeon were dominating the market. Traditional Saturday morning cartoons were losing their foothold.
I remember that commercial.
Networks like Kids WB struggled to compete, and many shows, including Static Shock, became.
It was Static, Jackie Chan Adventures, Batman Beyond, and that monk John. What's the little short monk dude that looked like Krillin? That show too. Though they were outshining all the other ones, but Static stood out of all of them. And I think that's really what it was. In my personal opinion, I think it was because the black superhero was outshining all the white ones. I ain't trying to make it a race thing, but that's what it feels like. Because they had no reason to cancel this man and nerfing.
casualties of this transition. Second, there were challenges with toy sales. In the early 2000s, merchandise played a massive role in determining the success of a show. While Static Shock was beloved by fans, it
Look
didn't
at his
generate the
toy.
kind of toy sales that networks.
Look at the toys. Come on, bro. Them shitty ass. Come on, bro. Them shitty ass toys. Anybody want to buy that? They ain't even give him a good toy.
Were hoping for. Finally, there were budget
nerfed
constraints. Animation, especially the kind that brought Static's electrifying powers to life, wasn't cheap. As network priorities shifted, funding for Static Shock dried up. While Static Shock broke barriers during its 4-season run,
Right, they
fans
nerfed
may be surprised to learn that not every idea the creators had for the series made it to the screen. Behind the scenes, a treasure trove of unproduced scripts and concepts exists.
Right.
Ideas that, if realized,
They nerfed
could have
it.
added even more depth and excitement to Virgil's story. One of the most talked about unproduced ideas involved exploring Virgil's relationship with his sister, Sharon. Although Sharon frequently appeared in the series as a grounding figure and occasional comic relief, her character had potential for deeper development. Early notes from the writers hinted at an arc where Sharon discovers Virgil's secret identity as Static, leading to moments of tension, family drama, and
Yeah, I
eventual
forgot she
growth
found
in their
out.
sibling bond. This storyline would have highlighted the sacrifices Virgil made as a hero and how his dual life affected those closest to him. Another scrapped idea involves Static facing a tech-savvy villain inspired by the rise of the internet and digital culture. Tentatively titled Cybervolt, this villain was envisioned as a rogue hacker who could manipulate electronics, hack into databases, and control systems with the
Design is
same ease that
crazy.
Static.
That design is wild, bro. How you nerf that? See, that's what I'm saying. They had so many great ideas for Static, and it just, nah, we can't do it. Come on, bro. Come on, bro. We all know what that was about. I ain't even, like I said, I ain't trying to make it a race thing, but come on, bro. We all know what that was about. We definitely all know what that was about. You better be careful there, little buddy.
Controlled electricity. The idea was ahead of its time, reflecting the early 2000s growing fascination and fear of the digital world. Such an antagonist would have offered a thrilling clash of powers, while allowing the show to comment on the dangers of cybercrime and online identity theft. Additionally, unproduced scripts hinted at more team-ups
Yeah.
with DC characters.
What's her name? What's her name became his mentor? Black Lightning and Young Justice. That's who his mentor is. And Young Justice. Black Lightning becomes Static Shock's mentor, and then they go in outer space, and they were creating metahumans and sending them outer space to fight wars, and Black Lightning accidentally kills a little girl, but he doesn't know. She's this big ass lava thing, and he hits her with just a little bit of lightning and stops her heart, and he finds out that she's human, like an 8-year-old human girl, and it fucks him up, and he don't want to do it no more, and he winds up being the leader of the Justice League at the end. A Young Justice. He winds up being the leader of the Justice League. Black Lightning.
One notable pitch involved a crossover episode with the Teen Titans, where Static would work alongside Robin, Starfire, and the rest of the team. This collaboration could have explored the challenges of
Right.
teamwork
They do though.
and showcased Virgil's growth as a leader.
And Young Justice, he winds up working with Robin. What's her name? Hold on, go back. But it ain't that Robin. It ain't Dick. It's I think it's Tim Drake. He winds up working with Tim Drake, Miss Martian, what's the name? Grandson, Flash grandson. He comes back from the future and gets stuck, and a couple other people. but it ain't the original Robin. You gotta watch Young Justice, bro. That shit is fire.
Robin, Starfire, and the rest of the team. This collaboration could have explored the challenges of teamwork and showcased Virgil's growth as a leader among young heroes. Unfortunately,
Yeah,
these
that was
plans were
Starfire.
shelved due to scheduling conflicts and the challenges of coordinating
The crazy part is Starfire ain't even in Young Justice. That is Starfire, but she's not even in Young Justice.
storylines across multiple series.
Not
Lastly,
Cyborg is in
there were
there too,
discussions about
at the end.
creating an extended arc that delved deeper into Gear's character. While Richie Foley's transformation into Gear was celebrated,
Yeah, that was Dick. That was Dick Grayson. But Tim Drake winds up being the Robin. Tim Drake winds up being the Robin at the time. Because Red Hood, what's the boy to play Red Hood? He dies. But they do a cameo of him. They think he did, and they go to Ra's al Ghul join, and uh Nightwing is there. Nightwing is there trying to stop the younger kids, Cyborg and all the younger kids from finding what's her name? Tara. Her brother tries to find her. She's a princess in this joint, and her brother tries to find her, and they go to Ra's al Ghul to try to find them. And you see Tim with a mask on, and he goes, "Yeah, Jason Todd. Jason Todd. You see Jason with a mask on, like Robin." And he's like, "Oh, you starting to remember now?" And that's the only part they show of him.
his journey as a hero often played second fiddle to Virgil's. An unproduced storyline would have centered on Richie grappling with feelings of inadequacy, questioning whether he belonged in the superhero world alongside Static. This arc would have allowed the show to explore themes
Yeah,
of friendship, loyalty, and self-worth, resonating
they don't got Damien in that joint though. I don't think they got Damien in that joint yet.
deeply with
That
fans
joint.
who saw themselves in Richie's struggles. While these unproduced ideas remain unrealized, they represent the boundless creativity of Static Shock's creators. They also serve as a reminder of what could have been. For Milestone, the challenges were even greater. Despite their groundbreaking work, they often found themselves overshadowed by larger companies. Their innovative partnership with DC Comics, which allowed them to retain creative control while DC handled distribution, began to strain under financial pressure. By the late 1990s, Milestone stopped publishing new comics.
Yeah. That's what I'm talking about. She had Damien in her arms, and then she looks back at Jason. She had Damien in her arms as a baby, and then that's when he goes Robin or something like that. That's the cameo I'm talking about. That was Jason Todd that had that black mask on that was sitting behind him. That was sitting behind Talia when she had Damien in her arms.
Static and the rest of the Dakotaverse heroes were left in limbo. Adding to the complications were legal disputes over character rights and royalties. These disputes further delayed any plans for a Static Shock revival. And then, in 2011, tragedy struck. Dwayne McDuffie, one of Milestone's co-founders and the creative
Here's the
force
clip. Yeah,
behind
hold on.
Static Shock,
Here's the clip. Hold on. Let me see. I think this is the one you're talking about. Yeah, and what a coincidence that they start fighting them. Yup, this is it. Yup, this is it. What a coincidence that they start talking about the rights of the characters, and this nigga tragically dies right afterwards. You better be careful there, little buddy. They start fighting for the rights, and this dude just dropped, just up and die. I bet you after he up and died, ain't nothing happened. It all just stopped from there. Yeah, this is it. This is it right here. This is it right here.
Your trespass must be punished.
Wrong answer.
He gonna do all of them dirty. He be doing niggas dirty. That's Talia's brother. Y'all, Tara's brother. Y'all know Tara, the one that Beast Boy be in love with? He's not even in love with her in this. But yeah. Right. Get out the bowl.
McCann!
Look, that's Tim right there. That's Tim right there. I was fighting Nightwing. I mean, that's Jason right there. That's Jason Todd right there fighting Nightwing.
Enough.
Well, young man.
Yeah, that's Jason Todd right there.
Are you proud of this little debacle? I believe the detective would be quite disappointed. I assume you came to recover these children? Take them and go.
Not without my sister, Tara Markov. We know the League of Shadows has
that's
her.
her name.
Stay your tongue when addressing the demon's head.
It is
He gonna
fine,
flip on him
Sensei.
too.
Boy.
This dude flip on him. This dude wound up murking his uncle. His uncle, it's a good storyline. He's the prince. His uncle murks off his parents and convinces his brother to exile him because he's a meta. He goes back and kills the uncle and takes over and flips on him and be like, nah, fuck that. Y'all niggas been holding me back. I'm taking over. And I agree with him, though. I agree with him.
Have your
To be honest with you, if you watch the storyline, you
no
agree with
longer
him.
head of the shadows. As you can see, there are no shadows here. In fact, I'm no longer part of the light.
He lies.
Rachel
No, you're not.
is many things, but a liar isn't
Yeah,
one of
you
them.
don't lie.
Would the Great One care to reveal who is running the shadows now?
Get out.
No, he would not.
It's not my dad, is it?
Get out.
No.
My sister?
Get out.
Get out. Good. Just like that. Yeah, there go Damien right there. Gray,
son.
Yeah, he's starting to remember.
Oh, your memory is finally returning. Excellent.
The temperature's
His memories start to return. But this is that's Tim right there, and Batgirl winds up getting paralyzed. They don't even show how she get paralyzed either. They don't even show how she get paralyzed. I might want to watch them. We might have to watch these joints. Yo, this storyline is crazy because it starts because these motherfuckers is supposed to they supposed to be taken serious as sidekicks, and they show them the League of Justice building, right? But Speedy comes in and like, nah, man, this some bullshit. They ain't telling you about the real base up in the satellite up there. And blew the whole spot up. So these motherfuckers said, Robin, and a couple other people said, fuck that, we going on our own mission. And they find Superboy and start their own team. And that's where the whole thing starts. The whole storyline is crazy. Yeah, Joker shoot her in the spine, but they don't show it. She just, next season, she in a fucking wheelchair. They don't say nothing about it. But I don't think it's a coincidence that they fight. Listen to what they saying on this Static joint. They fighting for the rights of the characters, and this dude mysteriously dies.
And then in 2011, tragedy struck. Dwayne McDuffie, one of Milestone's co-founders and the creative force behind Static Shock, passed away unexpectedly. McDuffie's death was a devastating blow to
Might give
fans
me a
and
heart attack.
creators alike. Dwayne McDuffie was the heart and soul of Static Shock. As one of the co-founders of Milestone Comics, McDuffie was passionate about creating diverse, authentic characters. His work on Static Shock reflected that passion, delivering
Yeah.
stories that were as thoughtful as they were entertaining. But McDuffie's contributions didn't end with Static. He went on to write and produce for shows like Justice League and Justice League Unlimited, where his storytelling brilliance continued to shine. He brought the same depth and complexity to these series, exploring themes of morality, sacrifice, and teamwork. McDuffie's legacy extends far beyond the...
Yo, y'all ever see that movie? This movie right here? Justice League, when they first start forming. Yo, the way they dipped on Green Lantern when Green Lantern was showing off, he was like, I got this. He ran up on Darkseid. Darkseid smacked him, and the Parademons just started stomping the shit out of him. That shit was hilarious. The second he hit the ground, they just started stomping on him, dipping on him.
And complexity to these series.
Look,
exploring
he's
themes of
that's why he
morality,
sleep like
sacrifice.
that. Look, you see why Green?
The idea was ahead of its time, reflecting the early 2000s growing fascination and fear of the digital world. Exploring
Look, this is why the Green Lantern was on the floor asleep like that.
He brought the same depth and complexity to these series.
Look, this is why Green Lantern on the floor asleep. He walked up on Darkseid. Darkseid said, get the fuck out of here. Parademons just like 12 of them start stomping the shit out of him. It was so quick. The shit was hilarious.
Exploring themes of morality, sacrifice, and teamwork. McDuffie's legacy extends far beyond the characters he created. He paved the way for future creators to tell diverse stories, proving that superhero media could be meaningful and inclusive. For years, it seemed like Static was destined to remain a fond memory. But in 2020, everything changed. DC Comics announced the relaunch of Milestone Media, now called Milestone. DC Comics.
I'm tired of black superheroes getting that hairstyle, yo. We got more than two hairstyles, bro. More than three hairstyles. It's either bald, they got a Caesar, or they got that. We tired of these hairstyles, yo. It's getting, shit. It's getting real old. We are getting really sick of these hairstyles. Every fucking black superhero, ever since Killmonger, got that hairstyle.
Announced the relaunch of Milestone Media, now called Milestone Returns.
Right.
This wasn't just a nostalgic reboot. It was a bold reimagining for a new generation. Static's origin story was updated, and his adventures were brought into the...
There you go. There you go. In Young Justice. There you go. He got dreadlocks 1 minute, then he got braids next.
Modern era. And then came the big news. Michael B. Jordan, the Hollywood heavyweight behind Creed and Black Panther, announced that he would be producing a live-action Static Shock movie. While details about the movie are still under wraps, the announcement said came the big news. Michael B. Jordan, the Hollywood heavyweight behind Creed and Black Panther, announced that he would be producing a live-action Static Shock movie.
Oh my God. Michael B. Jordan is my new superhero. That nigga right there is the truth, bro. He the only one in Hollywood that's taking shit and saying, hey, man, we got a lot of black superheroes. He was trying to do the black Superman. He was trying to play the Superman from Earth 2. They wouldn't let him do that. If they let him do this, oh, man.
While details about the movie are still under wraps, the announcement sent shockwaves through the fandom.
Yeah,
Could
even
this
Miles
be the
had
moment that Static finally gets the recognition he deserves? When Milestone Media created Static, they weren't just creating a character, they were creating a movement. Static represented the idea that anyone, regardless of their background, could be a hero. His stories tackled issues that many superhero narratives avoided. From systemic racism to mental health, Static's journey was about more than just saving the day. It was about navigating the complexities of life as a young black teenager in America. In a media
yeah, Shaq
landscape
was in
that
that
still
joint. I
struggles
forgot.
with representation, Static's legacy feels more important than ever. So, what really happened to Static Shock? He didn't disappear. He was waiting for the world to realize how much we need heroes like him. With the revival of Milestone Media, new comics, and a potential live-action movie on the horizon, it feels like Static's story is far from over. Until then, let's keep his legacy alive.
Right.
Share his story. Revisit.
Right. Oh, remember Code Lyoko? I forgot about Code Lyoko. That was that shit. All right. Now I do want to get into that Godzilla versus Justice League joint. See, I played all y'all's. Now it's time to play mine. I do want to see what this about.
They talk about their relationship, about how this was the first place that they met. I don't think I was ready for you, Clark or Superman, Lois says with a smile.
Yeah, right.
Clark smiles back and gets down on one knee. How about now? He says quietly. They both pause, though, as the buildings begin to shake. But it's not just the Daily Planet. The entire city is shaking. Clark looks to the bay as something massive breaks through the water, and Godzilla rears its massive head.
You know what's crazy, though? You know what you never think about in the Godzilla movies? Just him walking through the city. How many people are killed? You ever think about that? Just him just coming up off the joint and walking through the city. His tail is swiping buildings. He's stepping on shit. Like he's so massive, you can't run away. His foot is probably the size of a fucking football field. Like, how many people did not survive? Like, anything. If there was a Godzilla, humanity would not be able to survive at all, because every time he steps foot on land, he's killing millions of people. This is Muro, whatever the fuck his name is. This is Muro. Basically, he wiping out trillions of people just casually walking through the city. Same with Kate Bright.
Head up, surveying.
Kong is more careful. Kong understood, like, he sees humans. Godzilla don't give a damn. Godzilla just stepping on shit. Kong is more careful. Like, he's more careful about what he do. He's clearly more intelligent than Godzilla.
Metropolis with murderous intent. 12 hours earlier, Flash and Green Lantern watched the Justice League Watchtower monitors. Marvel,
they doing a
Superman as he flies around the world trying to save
everyone.
It's like he literally trying to save the world all at once. Hal notes. Flash nods, pointing out that this level of effort isn't sustainable, even for Superman. They question why the Man of Steel is even doing this. Well, he's going to ask Lois to marry him. Supergirl answers as she walks into the room. And then he's going on his first vacation ever? She continues with a smile. Hal and Barry are shocked, but also a little hurt that Superman had to ask his cousin to fill them in. Because what is the Justice League without a mega powerful Kryptonian up its sleeve? Hal points out, admitting that he's jealous. Supergirl looks back from the screens, pointing out that Superman is about to fight Titano. Doesn't he shoot kryptonite lasers from his eyes? Flash points out, and Hal nods, pointing as the giant ape fires a green blast at Superman. We should go give him a hand. Flash nods, disappearing in a flash of super speed. Hal then turns to Supergirl.
Flash
Without powers, I could totally beat him, he says, and in moments, the Flash arrives at the battle, just as Superman is wrapping things up. Oh, hi, Flash. Is everything okay? He asks as he lifts the giant ape and flies him towards Stryker Island. They land at the prison where they're joined by Wonder Woman and Hal Jordan, and everyone congratulates Superman on his news, pointing out that he and Lois belong together. Meanwhile, at the hidden base of the Legion of Doom, the group of villains watch as Superman once again defeats their schemes. I'm sick of it. I say we take the fight to them. Black Adam growls, and the rest of the team nods, pointing out that they don't have a plan, and they begin to bicker amongst themselves. Maybe the Justice League always wins because they get along, Toyman points out, but Lex Luthor interrupts the arguments, explaining that he does in fact have a plan. He turns towards his helicopter,
And
motioning
I'm
them
thinking
along.
of changing the
I'll fill
design.
you in on the way. Let's go. And dress warmly.
They need to make
In
up our
short order,
mind.
the helicopter
Mind what
arrives
it look
at the
like.
Fortress of Solitude in the Arctic Circle. The group of villains surveying the fortress from the air. It's impossible to find. It took 3 years of satellite tracking data and the greatest criminal minds in history to locate Superman's home. Lex tells his team, and he brings the team to the massive door with no knob. Using their combined strength, they do manage to open it, though. Inside, the criminals marvel at the many wonders that Superman keeps within the fortress, but Lex orders them not to touch anything.
Oh shit, he got Metron's chair in there. You got Metron's chair in there. He a part of Young Justice too.
We're here for two things: the Mother Box and Orion's sled. Touch nothing else. There will be plenty of time to investigate the spoils of war later. As they move through the treasures, the Toyman can't help himself reaching out for a strange red crystal. He grasps it in his hands. So beautiful, he whispers, and the others turn to him in shock. I'm sorry. Toyman asks in surprise as the Legion is staring at him. Meanwhile, back at Clark Kent's apartment, the Man of Steel is showing Bruce his engagement ring as the two are discussing the possible issues of Superman marrying someone. But they're interrupted as Clark turns to the sound of an alarm at the fortress. He whirls to change into Superman, but Kara's voice comes over the team comms. Tell Cal to stay put, here in the night off, she informs Bruce. I got this, she says with a smile as she and the rest of the League stroll into the fortress. The Legion are now all yelling at Toyman, but are interrupted as the Justice League rush into the room and join them in battle. Flash zipping by, grabbing Orion's sled from Lex's hands, but he's then stopped by Captain Cold's freeze ray. Lex grabs a hold of the sled and the Mother Box and prepares to activate them. Meanwhile, Toyman whirls, throwing an explosive doll at Hawkgirl, but the bomb bounces off of her mace, hitting the sled. The explosion activates the sled, sending a pulse through the room. Hal yells for his team to gather up and throws a green shield to protect them. But when the smoke clears, the League is shocked to find that the Legion of Doom has disappeared.
He got that mother box.
Them. Supergirl notes.
Yeah, he got that mother box. As soon as Lex grabbed a hold of that mother box, I knew he was out of there.
And Hal comments as he waves the smoke away. Yeah, but where did they go? Meanwhile, the Legion has found themselves in a strange jungle. Where are we? Cold asks. Giganta embiggens herself, staring off in the distance. There's a large structure about a quarter mile from here, she says. So Lex nods, leading them off into the woods. Fair warning. I'm getting a lot of heat signatures. This forest is teeming with life, Black Manta warns. The group moves through the woods, with the trees suddenly parting as a massive skull-faced lizard pushes through, roaring at them. The villains freeze in shock, but are rescued as a massive ape leaps out, attacking the lizard. Roaring in anger, the rest of the Legion turn to run as Grodd stares in awe. An ape? God? Inside the base, the Legion discovers the monitoring equipment that surveys several massive kaiju. They look at one of the monitors and watch as Grodd approaches King Kong. Mighty ape, we are kindred spirits, are we not? Grodd asks as he bows before Kong. The rest of the team shocked, but it is Toyman who sees the possibilities of the Titans. And
they lucky they had Grodd with them. they lucky. They're so lucky they had Grodd with them. Because Grodd could communicate with him telepathically too, can he? Grodd could mind control him.
Then Toyman becomes angry. Shut up! I know exactly what I'm saying, you basic-minded fools. Don't you see the big picture? These Titans are perfect for us. They're the ultimate toys. You wanted a way to stop the Justice League once and for all? This is it! He snaps, and everyone looks at him for a moment.
Right.
Allowing you into the Legion was my biggest mistake. Lex finally says, turning away, ordering the team to try and find them a way home. Left alone, Toyman begins to hold the red crystal that he took from the Fortress of Solitude. I hate them so much. I wish I could show them. Take all these toys back to play with the Justice League. Oh, how I wish. As he whispers those words, the crystal begins to glow and the red light begins to fill the monitoring station. We now cut to the present day. Godzilla rises out of Metropolis Bay, Superman leaping from the rooftop to the Daily Planet, flying through the air to meet the massive Titan. Superman swoops forward, floating to a stop before the mighty Godzilla. I don't know if you can understand me, but your presence is a danger to the people of Metropolis. So let's take whatever this is somewhere else. The great Titan merely glares at him before opening its mouth, a deep blue beginning to well in its eyes.
Godzilla ain't trying to hear that. You can't tell Godzilla what to do. He said, I almost went Punisher on a motherfucker. He man's it at the birthday party ready. Fuck somebody up. Oh my God. Man's it. Calm down. Man's been at that party ready. Fuck somebody up for a couple hours now.
And its throat. But Superman suddenly launches forward, punching the Titan, knocking it back. I warned you, big guy. Now I really need to get you out of the city. Superman says as he launches forward, but Godzilla moves with amazing speed, swatting the Man of Steel aside with its tail. He gets knocked across the city, thrown through several buildings until he finally comes to a stop. Sorry about that. Is anyone hurt? He asks a stunned office. But in a blur of red and lightning, the Flash is suddenly standing by Superman's side as the last son of Krypton gets to his feet. The rest of the team is on the way. That's a really big thing out there, Superman. Superman nods, launching himself back at the Titan, as Flash tries to negotiate where to bring the survivors. Meanwhile, the rest of the Justice League is flying towards the city, having just left the Fortress of Solitude. But Batman comes across the League comms, informing them that Metropolis isn't the only city under attack. Massive creatures have been spotted in Central City, Gotham, and Themyscira. He directs the teams to different locations. Hawkgirl will continue going to Metropolis, while Flash, Green Lantern, and Supergirl will speed towards Central City. Wonder Woman and Green Arrow are going to head to Themyscira. Batman then launches the Batwing, informing the team, Gotham is under control. The rest of the Bat family chime in as they are racing across.
Batman cocky as shit. This nigga swear he can do anything by himself. Always. He never want no help. No matter how much help this nigga need, he always try to tell. He said, I even pulled up the console. Oh, word. That nigga always needs some help.
Across the city, not overly worried about the giant bat monster they're about to fight. I'll join you. I'm heading to Gotham City now. Cyborg says, rocketing across the sky. Black Canary revs her motorcycle's engine as she speeds across the bridge into the city. Count me in. 3 minutes out. She informs the Dark Knight. Meanwhile, Wonder Woman and Green Arrow are flying over the ocean towards the Amazon's home. But they look down and are surprised to see a strange island where there shouldn't be one. The heroes float down and they notice the prehistoric plant life. Ominous. Could it have something to do with the giant monsters? Green Arrow asks, smiling. And he tells Wonder Woman that she'll have to deal with the giant monster without him. I don't know that I'll be able to come back to you, Diana points out, but Ollie shrugs. It's fine. Not my first deserted island. Meanwhile, in the secret base of the Legion of Doom, Black Manta and Cheetah.
So what, the island just popped up out of nowhere?
Are trying to monitor the situation after they all reappeared back in the real world. They discuss how they were all wished to different parts of the world by Toyman. Black Manta explains that Toyman stole the Dreamstone from the Fortress of Solitude, which is how they all appeared here alongside the monsters. Is this a good thing or a bad thing? Cheetah wonders. But over in LexCorp, Lex Luthor awakens with a start as Mercy rushes in his office. Lex, when did you arrive? She asks as she rushes to his side.
Mercy, a gangster.
Lex, still groggy, looks out the window to see Superman fighting against Godzilla. Toyman, Lex hisses as he narrows his eyes, looking at Mercy, ordering her down into the bunker. I need a full download.
Mercy and Young Justice too, and Mercy got that motherfucking mechanical cannon on her arm. She a robot.
Of what's happening out there. Meanwhile, back in the city, Superman and Hawkgirl are still fighting against the massive creature. She swoops in, smashing it with her mace, but the mighty Titan barely flinches.
Wow,
what the hell was an A swing. Tough lizard, Hawkgirl says to Superman. Back in Gotham City, the great Bat Titan is swooping down, but Batwoman has arrived in her own jet and she begins to open fire. As Kate and Batman swoop around it in their jets, they continue to blast the creature. The Bat Titan whirling in the air, firing a sonic blast at the twin jets, damaging several buildings, sending debris down to the streets.
When was there a giant bat titan? I know all the titans. I don't remember it being a bat. None of them being a bat.
Sonic-based monster. That's the information that we need. We can lure it away from the city. Batman snaps over the radio as he dodges another blast. He orders the team to help the civilians on the street while he and Batwoman continue to fight the monster in the air. But Red Hood isn't listening. Sitting up in a nearby building, he lines up a shot with a very big sniper rifle. I hear what you're saying.
Yo, Jason don't be trying here. None of these niggas saying, bro. When it comes to taking people out, Jason ain't trying here. Nothing.
But I'm not one of your birds you can bust around. I'm taking the shot. You know I can do it. The rest of the Bat family rushes towards Red Hood. They order him not to open fire, but Jason ignores them, pulling the trigger. Nighty-night, monster. He quips. The round speeds through the air, and it hits the monster directly in its massive eye. It bellows in pain. It whirls around, staring at the Red Hood, and then it fires another sonic screech, destroying the building that Jason is crouched on. He manages to leap away just in time, but the debris crumbles towards the civilians below. There's too many people! Batgirl shouts out, so Nightwing nods as he rushes forward. Save as many as you can!
Being hard-headed, he got everybody in that building killed, plus the people that was outside of the building. Being hard-headed. Try to tell him.
But that's when there's a rev of a motorcycle and Black Canary appears, blasting the debris aside with her canary cry. Perfect timing, Batgirl says with a smile. And everyone whirls on Jason, yelling at him for being reckless. But he brushes it off, with Batgirl walking up, knocking him out with a single punch. Needed to be done, she says, looking at the...
Damn, she knocked him the fuck out. How you get knocked out by Batgirl? She walked up on him and snuck him, knocked him right out, you doofus.
Family. Batman gets back on the comms. Team, if you're finished horsing around, he begins to say, and at that moment, Cyborg arrives, with Batman directing them all to create a sonic frequency weapon using Cyborg's tech and Canary's power. Batman continues to distract the creature while the team works, until Batwoman flies through the air with Black Canary and the weapon strapped to the back of her jet. Batman gets the creature's attention with another missile strike, but that's when the monster blasts him with its sonic screech. The Batwing is being damaged and destroyed, so he ejects, parachuting to the city below. Batwoman then barrels her jet straight at the creature, and Canary screeches into the sonic amplifier that Cyborg made. The blast hits the monster, knocking it unconscious. It then begins to fall out of the sky, slamming into Gotham City Park. Meanwhile, Batman walks away from the carnage like a badass, not even looking back. Well done, everyone, he growls over the comms. But meanwhile, in Metropolis, Superman and Hawkgirl continue their fight. They don't seem to be having any effect on Godzilla. So Hawkgirl goes in for another strike, but at that moment, Godzilla takes her out with a swipe of his massive claw. She tumbles through the air, but there's a crack of lightning as Shazam flies out of the air, catching her. Not going well, I take it, he says with a smile. Superman thanks his friend and flies up to punch Godzilla in the jaw with all of his strength. But Godzilla merely glares at the heroes.
Just damn. He can't do nothing with him. If she survived that slap from Godzilla should have broke shattered every bone in her body. You know how big Godzilla hand is? And he just bat you away. He probably shattered every single bone in her body.
That doesn't look good.
Her bones probably turn into glass.
Shazam notes as Godzilla's eyes and mouth begin to glow. A massive energy blast erupting from the Titan's mouth. But Superman meets it with a blast of heat vision, and a battle of energy begins, going back and forth. But Shazam knows that Superman can't last forever. He flies towards the Titan, an idea springing into his head. He lands on Godzilla's head and speaks the magic word, Shazam! Yeah. Magic lightning leaps out of the sky, striking Godzilla, stunning the creature for mere seconds. But now
I knew it. It ain't gonna do nothing. You can't do nothing with that big lizard.
Now it's Billy Batson, the small child falling out of the sky. Superman swoops in, grabbing the kid. That was awesome! He shouts with joy. but Superman shakes his head. No, it was too risky. Don't ever do that again. Both heroes then look back, though, realizing Godzilla has already recovered. The monster opens its mouth, firing another blast. Superman shields Billy from the attack, but the blast knocks them both out of the sky. They plummet to the city below, with Superman's body smoking from the radioactive energy. Billy looks up as Godzilla begins to stomp forward. He reaches out, trying to rouse the Man of Steel. Superman, you gotta wake up! He shouts. The Flash dashes through Central City, lightning trailing behind him as he runs across the ocean towards Iron Heights. The prison island is wrapped up in a strange fog, with massive spider legs reaching down and striding across the land. He comes to a stop as he breaks through the fog, staring up in shock at the giant Cthulhian crab that stands over the prison. Oh, wow.
Hell no.
This definitely puts me over the...
Oh, hell no. Y'all on. I was Flash. I'd turn right the fuck back around. Oh, no. Not no giant spiders. They stay prisoners anyway. They on their own. Fuck the bullshit. Fuck the bullshit. They are on their own. Let me go run through a goddamn prison and I see a massive spider. You on your own, brother. You on your own. I'm sorry.
The top. Now I've seen it all.
Rescue canceled.
Flash whispers as he runs inside of the prison, where the escaped super criminals have begun to riot. Hi guys, this is kind of an emergency situation. If you'll all kindly follow me back to your cells, the Flash says as he runs past everyone, but he's beginning to slow down from the giant monster's fog. The villains manage to hit him, and they bring him down. They crowd around the Flash, starting to pummel him, when suddenly there's a gust of wind in the prison, blowing the fog away, and the prisoners look around in fear. Superman? Someone shouts, but they look up to see Supergirl floating above them. Flash springs to his feet, his speed returning as he quickly begins to knock out the villains. Thanks for clearing the smog, Supergirl, he shouts, and Supergirl nods, flying towards the Cthulhian crab. Anytime, you wrangle the convicts and I'll deal with the crab monster, she shouts. But she isn't alone as a green light quickly appears and flies towards the monster. I've got your back, Supergirl, Hal yells, and the two barrel towards the monster, but Supergirl suddenly stops short, her eyes widening. I can't hear his heartbeat. I can always hear Superman's heartbeat, but it's stopped, she gasps. Wow. Hal looks at her in shock. Superman? There's no way.
Godzilla done fucked Superman up. Godzilla done put Superman out of commission.
That means... He begins to say, but Supergirl suddenly flies away, leaving him alone to face the monster. Back in Metropolis, Billy Batson kneels over the body of Superman as Godzilla stomps towards them, roaring. But a large shadow then appears over the young hero's head. Hang on, I'm coming, Atom Smasher shouts as he charges towards Godzilla, grabbing the monster's leg, tripping it, pushing it to the ground. Hawkgirl awakens to find the hero trying to hold the monster off, flying down to Billy and Superman. They struggle to drag Superman away, but Atom Smasher can't hold off Godzilla, and the monster bites.
I didn't know Atom Smasher could get that big. I thought he can get like 30 to 40 feet. Godzilla is like 60 to 100 feet.
Him in the neck, throwing him to the ground. As Hawkgirl continues to move, Billy tells her to go. I'll distract it. Get Superman out of here, he tells her. The monster gets closer, and Billy says the magic word. Shazam! Allowing the magical lightning to arc through the creature. Shazam flies up, promising to lead the monster out of the city. His fist connecting with Godzilla's head, but he isn't alone. Supergirl is there, joining him in the blow, knocking Godzilla back. The great titan stumbles backwards, slamming into several buildings. Supergirl leaves him, flying down to Superman's body.
And they just killed 1,000 and something people, knocking Godzilla into the building. Nobody ever think about that. Like when Godzilla is crushing all these buildings, all the people these buildings are filled with people. You going for Superman? What about the 1,000 people you just killed in that building?
She helps Hawkgirl lift him up and asks if she can take him to the Fortress of Solitude. When they look back up, they're shocked to see that Godzilla is actually following Shazam out of the city. Their comms then come alive again, and Flash asks for assistance from Iron Heights, where he is being defeated by the supervillains, and Hal is struggling against the giant crab monster. Nearby, members of the Legion of Doom have now arrived, led by Captain Cold. I want to rescue the other rogues, But we should start focusing on finding Toyman. He started this. Cheetah points out as the villains stalk towards the prison. But Black Manta waves her off, explaining that he's already put out a contract with Deathstroke. We should be able to find Toyman without a problem. So while he's fetching Toyman for us, we strengthen our numbers and let the Justice League deal with the monsters. Manta explains. Captain Cold nods, aiming his cold gun, freezing Flash with a well-aimed blast. Above them, Hal Jordan is dodging another tentacle and looks down in horror at his friend being frozen. Meanwhile, back at Themyscira, both Wonder Woman and Donna Troy have arrived to save their sisters as a great mammoth creature walks from the ocean towards their home. But both Amazon warriors manage to wrap up their lassos around the creature's massive neck, allowing them to speak with it. Beast, we are not a threat to you. We only want to stop you from hurting our people, Diana says to the creature. And Donna looks down in amazement. I can feel its agitation waning, she says, but the monster suddenly...
I didn't know that they can, that the thing let them communicate with it.
Shakes its great head, knocking the Amazons loose. They land on the ground and look up to see the mammoth turning around and walking back towards the ocean. Is it leaving? Donna questions, but Wonder Woman shakes her head. Something is calling it, she whispers. Back at Iron Heights, Hal is still wrestling with the Cthulhian crab, its tentacles trying to break through his green shield. Below him, the Flash is beginning to vibrate, finally breaking free of the ice, just in time to watch as the Legion of Doom members fly away in their jet. As Barry turns back to the crisis at hand, he begins to spin his arms rapidly, hitting the crab with a whirlwind blast that knocks it back and frees Hal. Thanks for the assist. Now, let's keep pressing this thing, Hal shouts, and both heroes are overjoyed as Supergirl returns, hitting the monster with her heat vision, driving it back to the ocean. What happened to Superman? Hal asks, and Kara shakes her head. He's down. Maybe for good. Meanwhile, on Skull Island, Green Arrow is on his own, rushing through the forest as Kong is fighting against several large beasts. Anyone out there? It's Oliver. Over, Oliver says on the radio, while Cyborg gets back to him asking for a situation report. Well, if I'm being honest, I could use some help on this Monster Island thing, Oliver shouts as he runs through the woods, avoiding a stampede of creatures trying to get away from Kong's fight. He fires a grappling arrow, pulling himself into a tree, but Kong slams a lizard bat creature into the ground, shaking him loose. Oliver struggles to his feet and sees Kong staring him down. Hi? He calls out, and a voice yells from above. Hey, up here. I mean you no harm, but I must ask you to back away from my friend, Supergirl says. Kong seems entranced by the blonde heroine, and he reaches a hand out for her, but she smacks him aside, not in the mood to play.
You know, Kong, like, where my white bitch? Kind of like them white women.
I warned you, ape, she snaps. Kong bellows at her, pounding his chest. Meanwhile, Shazam has arrived in Gotham, telling the heroes the bad news about Superman. Superman is dead, he whispers. The others stare at each other in shock, with Cyborg questioning whether they should tell Lois. No, he's not dead, he's not. Batman snaps at them. Nobody says a word about this to Lois, not until I see Clark. Meanwhile, over in the desert, a strange device is beeping. Lex Luthor reaches out a hand and uncovers a massive ball with a glowing red eye. He smiles as he stares at the beeping device.
You know, Kong, as soon as he saw the blonde-haired white girl, he's stunned. Where my white bitch? I need my white bitch. What Eddie Griffin say?
Here you are, he says to himself. As the rest of the heroes try to repair the world after the Titans' attacks, Batman stands over the healing pod of Superman. I promise, I'll find a way to fix this. We need you, Batman whispers. Wonder Woman is by his side, putting a hand on his shoulder, telling him that there is nothing any of them could do. It happened too fast, she explains, but he shakes his head. He's not gone. Regardless of what the rest of the team tells him, they try to console him, but Batman pushes them away, storming out of the room. He needs time to process, Wonder Woman tells the others, but Batman calls them from the fortress's trophy room. The Dreamstone is missing. That's how they got here, he tells them, pointing out that while the Legion of Doom came for Orion's sled and the Mother Box, the Dreamstone is also missing. After the boom tube was activated, the Legion were sent to an alternate world where these satanic monsters existed, Batman says. Flash nods, remembering the Legion's arrival at Black Gate Prison. Toyman, and Batman nods. Find him, and we find the Dreamstone, and then we send the monsters back. Cyborg interrupts him, though, informing the team that he has arrived where the beacon was transmitting and drawing the monsters. But it is gone. So where are the monsters? Wonder Woman questions. Cyborg informs her of the giant crab and mammoth's locations around the world. However, based on the Metropolis monster's current trajectory, it's heading our way. Cyborg informs them. The team seems confused, sensing that Godzilla could still be coming after Clark. Somehow. We have to move him somewhere that they can't get to, Batman says as he returns to Clark's chamber. Meanwhile, on Skull Island, Supergirl is staring down Kong. Yeah, how long is this staring contest going to go on? Green Arrow calls from a nearby tree. She doesn't take her eyes off the beast. As long as it takes, she tells him. But Ollie points out that he doesn't think Kong is going to back down. So unless you can suddenly learn how to speak ape, consider this mind-numbingly a waste of time, Oliver calls out. But Supergirl shakes her head, pointing out that the ape is territorial, but it isn't like the one that attacked Cal in Metropolis. Kong's eyes go wide at the mention of Godzilla, and Kara thinks that he can understand her. That's a stretch, Ollie jokes. But Supergirl turns to him and asks that since Kong isn't currently a threat, could Ollie keep an eye on the big ape? Just be careful to stay out of his way. I need to see Kal-El. I will return, she says before flying away, leaving Oliver alone. He glances up at the giant ape.
Even Kong know who Godzilla is.
Kong glares at him and then lets out another.
Even Kong know who Godzilla is.
Roar, making Oliver throw up his hands to show that he isn't a threat. But he realizes that Kong is actually staring behind him. Ollie turns to see the approach of ninjas out of the trees. Oh, I see them. It's them you're growling at. Hang back, big guy. This is more of a me-sized problem. I'll check it out, Ollie says as he leaps down. He comes up to the forest to realize that the League of Assassin Ninjas are surrounding him. And as an assassin closes in, Oliver pulls out his bow and smiles. You waited for Supergirl to leave to act, didn't you? Doesn't matter. You're here, which means you're up to no good. Which means you're my problem, Oliver says as he leaps into the fight, ducking under the blows as he kicks and punches. He then whirls around, firing his bow again, but the assassins continue to close in on him until Kong is suddenly there, slamming his foot into the ground, causing it to shake, throwing everyone to the floor. Oliver stumbles, almost falling off the cliffside, but he manages to grab on, watching as Kong continues to swipe at the League of Assassins, throwing them away. Glancing down, Oliver sees that the League has a ship in the bay below him, so he quickly drops down and quietly lands on it. Back over at the Justice League Watchtower, Diana and Hawkgirl are watching footage of Godzilla's attack, questioning what type of energy could have hit Superman, but they're interrupted by the arrival of Hal and Lois. The team leads Lois into Superman's healing chamber. Lois leans forward, looking at the man that she loves. They said the solar array isn't healing your damaged cells. It's not going to work for me.
Damn. Kong put a hurting on. Godzilla put a holding on, a hurting on Superman. I told you he wasn't fucking with him.
She whispers, holding up the engagement ring that she found in his pocket when he went to fight the Titan. It's beautiful, and my answer is yes. Right. She says with tears in her eyes. But she tells him that he has to put the ring on her finger or she won't accept it. Hal suddenly leans into the doorway, telling her that they've received a distress call from Aquaman and they've got to go. I'm staying right here, if that's okay. Hal nods and the team heads out, now alone. Lois looks at the footage of the attack. She keeps scanning until she comes to the footage of the Legion's attack on the Fortress of Solitude. She begins to ponder to herself as she looks at Toyman holding the Dreamstone in his hand.
That's what I'm saying. They're going to have to give the Hulk some type of power boost for him to even stand a chance.
And then she reaches for her phone to put out a call.
Yeah, but think about it though. Hulk absorbs gamma radiation. And isn't that what Godzilla shoots out? Isn't that what his breath blast is?
It's Lois. Tell me every move Lex Luthor has made in the past 24 hours. I'm looking for a red stone. Meanwhile, Lex is standing in his hidden research lab. He watches as the machines continue to build the massive Titan. Look at the innovations within this otherworldly tech. They successfully recreated the mechanized Titan, capable of defeating the greatest of monster threats. This will elevate my weapons beyond anything LexCorp has created. Lex tells her, but Mercy still doesn't understand why Lex is rushing the development.
Right.
Because of Godzilla, king of the monsters. He's an unstoppable force whose only concern is maintaining the natural order. He can't be manipulated into destroying the Justice League. And we can't wait until these Titans magically do our bidding. They need to be nudged. Meanwhile, in the deep of the ocean, Wonder Woman, Flash, and Green Lantern have responded to Aquaman's distress call. As they arrive, they are shocked to find the deep-sea Titan attacking Atlantis. It's way bigger than the other ones, Hal points out. Aquaman rushes to his friend's side, asking for them to keep the monster from attacking the dome of the city. Atlantis has done nothing to challenge the sea creature. I tried communicating with it, but it only responds with rage. The heroes rush forward, trying to keep the Great Titan from advancing, unsure why it's continuing to attack Atlantis. Something must be drawing it, a beacon, like the one that called them away from the cities. Hal shouts as he hits.
It begins with an M. I forgot the name of it. It's the one, if you watch the second Godzilla King Kong movie, when Godzilla goes to his lair and absorbs his solar radiation, kills it, and absorbs his solar radiation. It lives in Antarctica.
Hits it with a blast, but as they challenge it, it breathes a cloud of ink and lightning at them. Hal rushes forward, shielding them with a green construct, but the green construct quickly begins to crack. Cyborg suddenly breaks through their comms, warning them that something is approaching the underwater city. The heroes look up as Godzilla swims towards the Sea Titan, hitting it with a blast of atomic breath. The heroes back away as the two monsters begin to trade blows back and forth. I think we should let them sort it out, Hal tells the others, but Aquaman shakes his head, reminding them that they can't let the monsters breach the dome. You all play goalie, I'll find the beacon, Flash tells him as he swims away. The heroes swim forward, but they are dismayed to find that the monsters have no care for what's around them.
Gloria, that's
the
her name.
Titan
That's
is throwing Godzilla into the Great Dome, cracking it. Mara swims to Arthur's side. It's time we activated the failsafe, love, she tells him, and she points out how ineffective the superheroes are against the beasts. Your friends cannot turn the tide. They are out of their element. Activate the failsafe, she says again. Arthur ponders for a moment before finally nodding his head in agreement. You're right. We have no choice, he says before quickly swimming off. He swims into the depths, far below the city of Atlantis, where he finds a great chain. Arthur doesn't hesitate, releasing the bindings on the chain, freeing its prisoner. The Great Kraken swims up, and the rest of the League are shocked by the arrival of a third Titan. No. Arthur has released our kingdom's last line of defense, the mighty Kraken, Mara tells them. Meanwhile,
these niggas had the Kraken locked up the whole goddamn time. He had that sitting there the whole time. You should have been let that nigga out.
The nearby Skull Island, Oliver has slipped aboard the League of Assassins ship. He avoids their patrols to find what they are smuggling away from the island, and he's shocked to find the mighty skull of a skull crawler. At the Justice League Watchtower, Lois Lane is looking into the view screen, begging Mercy for any info that she has on what Lex is trying to do with the Titans. He's looking for the Dreamstone. It went missing along with Toyman, and that's all I can tell you, Mercy tells her, but Lois needs more, pointing out that there is no way that Lex can control these creatures. Mercy, please. I've always protected you, and this is a bigger threat than anything we've ever seen. But Mercy stops, sighing to Lois. Is it true what they're saying about Superman? That he's dead? She asks, but Lois shakes her head, explaining that Superman is in fact badly wounded, but healing. Mercy explains that the monster that defeated Superman is known as Godzilla, and they have files from an organization known as a Monarch from the other Earth. I'll send what I have, but it's the best I can do. Lois thanks her, ending the call, and then she turns to find Kara staring at her cousin. Kara, I told Mercy Graves that Clark is not dead, but honestly, we can't tell. Is he? Lois asks, but Kara shakes her head. No, but he is dying, she admits. Meanwhile, deep beneath the ocean, the heroes watch as Atlantis' guardian, the Kraken, is launching into a
outside the mighty skull.
battle against Godzilla and Tiamat. While Aquaman, Mara, and the Flash search for the beacon that has been drawing the Titans to the city.
That's her name. That's his name. Tiamat. That's the thing name. Tiamat. He lives where the most solar radiation is, too. That's why Godzilla killed it in a movie and slept in his lair. When you see when Godzilla turned red, that's where he got that from, Tiamat.
Wonder Woman and Green Lantern fight to protect the dome from cracking any further. Diana and Hal watch as Godzilla launches himself at Tiamat, knocking the creature towards the dome. Incoming! Diana shouts, and Hal nods, creating a giant net construct that catches the monster, allowing the Kraken to slam into Godzilla. But the fight continues, and the creatures once again slam into the dome. It's cracking, Diana shouts, but Hal is there, covering the city, trying to keep out all of the water in the ocean that would destroy it. Found it, Flash calls out as he super speed swims back over to the beacon. I'll draw them away. Go save your city, Flash tells to Aquaman and Mera as he disappears. But that's when Tiamat launches after the Flash, nearly biting him as she desperately tries to capture the beacon. But at that moment, the Kraken hits Godzilla again, beginning to drag the Titan into the depths of the trench that...
Well, if you doing a comic view and a comic book and you finish the comic book, just send it to me. If you got my email and I'll review it.
Once housed it. Aquaman nods his approval and looks at Mera. Please lead the dome repairs. I'm going after them, Diana. I could use a hand, Arthur tells her. And the two heroes turn, swimming into the dark depths of the trench, following the massive creatures. Meanwhile, Green Arrow is still...
ABM, that sounds fire. That sounds like a good book.
Aboard the League of Assassins boat. He slips from beneath a tarp after thinking in his head everything that has gone on, and then he wonders if he said all of that out loud. He slips beneath the tarp that houses the Titan's skull, thinking about how he needs to figure out what the League is doing and stop them. All kinds of thoughts running through his head about plans, ideas, and what exactly has gone on. And that's when he pulls himself out from the tarp and he finds a large group of ninjas waiting for him. Wait, I didn't just say a bunch of stuff out loud, did I? The leader shakes his head and Ollie leaps to his feet, launching into a fight. He fires arrows. He lashes out with fists and feet, but there are too many ninjas. This isn't going to work. I can admit when I'm outnumbered, Ollie says, firing an explosive arrow and using the momentum to launch himself off the boat and into the water. New plan! Get help! Ollie thinks to himself as he watches the boat sail away in the distance. At this moment, some of the heroes are continuing their...
He said, new plan, get help. You think? I knew the Justice League can't do nothing with them goddamn Titans. They is getting destroyed. And your heavy hitter is out of commission. They're going to have to throw Superman into the sun. That's the only way you get him back into the fight. You got to just launch that nigga into the sun.
Fights against the Titans, with Batman using his own plans and having gathered several allies to help him build something in Gotham. He looks over the files that Cyborg has sent him on Monarch and the rest of the Titans, with Vic voicing his concerns that no one can locate Shazam after what happened with Superman. Cyborg also points out that Supergirl has returned to Skull Island to hopefully gain Kong's support. Based on what's in those files, Kong is as close to a good guy as we're going to find in the Titans, Cyborg admits. If we can make a 300-foot ally, I'm all for it. Batman agrees. And across the world, Supergirl has returned to Skull Island to find Grodd.
That nigga is 300 feet tall. God damn, that's a massive monkey. God damn. And Godzilla bigger than Kong, so he got to be like 300 to 600. That's a huge lizard. No diddy.
Leading his gorilla followers to worship the mighty Kong. They kneel before him as Kong pounds his chest in response. He's not your god, then he won't be swayed by your primitive submission, Supergirl tells Grodd, but Grodd smiles at her, lifting his crown to his head, now with a kryptonite horn fixed atop it. He reaches out with his mind, taking control of Supergirl, who turns, punching Kong in the head, knocking him to the ground. Well done.
I knew he was going to do some stupid shit like that.
Grodd says as Supergirl lands next to him, now under his complete control. Meanwhile, the Legion of Doom is still searching for Toyman, who's disappeared after watching Godzilla rise up out of the ocean in Metropolis. If he's in Metropolis, I'll find him, Deathstroke says, but the Legion's arguments are interrupted by a new...
Wait, so all Grodd had to do was put some kryptonite into the helmet, and he was able to control Supergirl? He said, white bitch is always Kong's downfall. Right! Always! Where my white bitch? I need my white bitch!
New signal beacon for the Titans. A new source is calling the monsters, Captain Cold says as he looks at the computers. It's calling them back to Metropolis.
Quaz, Turtle Head City ain't the word. I'm gonna need it. I ain't gonna be enough draws in the world. Yeah, oh my God, I shit out everything in my stomach, bro. Imagine you wake up and you see a 300-foot monkey walking past your goddamn window. Turtle Head City ain't the word. Oh, I'm shitting myself immediately.
Black Manta notes. Meanwhile, Batman has finally gotten through to Shazam on the comms. Billy,
Yeah,
take it
what
from
else?
me. Punishing yourself for the bad things that happened doesn't help anyone, Batman tries to tell him. But Shazam shakes his head, explaining that he screwed up, that he is the one that got Superman killed. If the Legion of Doom hadn't started it, it wouldn't have happened. I'm gonna make them pay, Shazam tells him, as Batman realizes that he has arrived at the Legion's headquarters. But Batman orders him to stay back, to merely observe the Legion and report what they're doing. Kinda too late for that, Shazam says as he slams into the ground, landing amongst the Legion in their base. The villains all rush our hero, but Shazam seems to be holding his own when suddenly Giganta's fist comes crashing down, slamming into both Shazam and Blockbuster, bringing them down. Did Giganta just kill the Blockbuster? Penguin asks from the sidelines. Beneath the ocean, though, Hal is struggling to hold back the ocean from Atlantis, with Mara asking him to hold out just a little longer. But Hal's...
Hold up, when did the Penguin become the part of the Legion of Doom?
Light has already begun to fade. He apologizes as his constructs begin to weaken, and just as he is giving out, more constructs appear. Sorry it took so long to squat up, Hal, but we got you. Jon Stewart says as he, Jessica Cruz, Guy Gardner, and Simon Baz all appear, their own willpower protecting the city. We'll hold the dome together while your people do what they need to do, Jon says to Mara, who thanks him and then turns her attention back to the trench, where her husband disappeared with the monsters. Far below, Godzilla and the Kraken continue their battle. While the Great Titan is distracted, Arthur has moved to place the Kraken's chains around its foot. He leaps away as the mighty Titan realizes that he is trapped again, sending off atomic blasts in anger. Will it hold? Diana questions as they swim away, and Arthur nods. It's made of nth metal. It'll hold. Our biggest threat is off the table, Arthur says.
I know nth metal is the strongest metal in the universe, but I don't think it's strong enough to hold that nigga. I don't think nothing can hold. You're not holding King Kong if you don't want to be held. He said, "Oh, the Kraken is in the mix too." You ain't see that? You didn't see that part when what's the name? Aquaman had the Kraken locked up the whole time. You should have been unleashed that nigga the second Tiamat showed up. You over there trying to fight him yourself. You know damn well you ain't doing nothing with no damn Tiamat. That thing is bigger than the whole fucking city. Release the Kraken. His wife had to tell him, yeah, tap him on the shoulder. Hey, you gonna have to go with our insurance plan. You gonna have to release the Kraken. You gonna hey, bro. His wife had to tell him. Mira had to tell him, yo, what is you doing? Release the Kraken on this nigga. What is y'all doing? We got a whole Titan locked up ourselves.
Meanwhile, in one of his secret labs, Lex has finished the creation of his Mecha Godzilla. He stands in the cockpit preparing to activate the massive creature. How does it feel, Mr. Luthor? Mercy asks over the comms, and Lex smiles. Powerful, he whispers. But Mercy has a warning. I count 4 Titans heading back our way. Mechagodzilla must have a beacon built into its system. We should locate and deactivate it. But Lex shakes his head. No, let them come. They need to learn who the true Alpha is. Lex says as the Mechagodzilla rears up.
That's what I'm saying.
Meanwhile, elsewhere in the world...
I told you this was a good story, Quaz. That's why I wanted to, in the beginning, that's what I was saying. This is like a good story. I wonder what Ra's is trying to do. Oh, I don't even want to know what Ra's al Ghul was trying to do. He probably trying to tame one of the motherfuckers knowing Ra's. Knowing his ass, he probably tried to tame one of them.
World, Ra's al Ghul stands ready over a massive Lazarus pit, watching as his league prepares to drop the Titan's skull into the depths.
Oh, he tripping.
It's been 10 days since the Titans first appeared.
Oh, he tripping. I think I know what Titan that he is about to resurrect. Now, y'all remember if you seen Kong, right? The new movie. When Kong goes to the other apes He walks across this skeleton that is twice the size of him and Godzilla. There was another Titan that ruled that was twice the size. He was bigger than Kong and Godzilla put together. I think that's the thing he trying to resurrect, but I think that's a huge mistake.
On Earth, Cyborg has gathered a large number of Earth's heroes at the Justice League Watchtower. Images of the mighty Titans appearing on the monitor screens behind him. I wish I could say the worst is behind us, but Superman is down, Supergirl is missing, and Shazam is likely a hostage to the Legion of Doom. We're no closer to finding Toyman and the Dreamstone than we were a week ago. Cyborg tells them with a sigh, but Arthur steps forward. But it's not all bad news. He explains that the repairs to the Atlantis dome are almost complete and that Godzilla is still chained within the trench, unable to break through the nth metal shackles. We haven't been able to hurt Godzilla so far, but for now, he can't hurt us either. Cyborg agrees, and Flash points at a global map, reminding everyone that the other Titans are still headed towards Metropolis. They're drawn to a mysterious signal located in the city, and it doesn't have its protector to save it anymore. This doesn't feel like much of a victory. We're going to lose Metropolis at this rate. Green Arrow nods, pointing out that they've lost sight of Kong on Skull Island. Okay, wait, so we lost track of a 300-foot gorilla and the entire League of Assassins? Nightwing asks in shock as he turns to Batman. But everyone knows that the League will show their heads soon, as will Luthor and the Legion of Doom. Batman nods, turning to the rest of the heroes. And we'll be ready, he growls, ordering the heroes to prepare themselves for the final battle against the Titans. We're going to make our stand in Metropolis, he says as he turns, walking out of the room. But he pauses briefly to look in on Lois as she sits by Superman's side. The Man of Steel still unconscious within the solar chamber after being...
Yo, I told you Godzilla was going to beat the shit out of Superman. That nigga been out the whole comic. Yo, he put Superman way out of commission. Yeah, the Hulk, but the Hulk can absorb that radiation. That's why the Hulk is going to be able to put up a better fight. You seen what happened to with Superman when he gets nuked? He gets fucked up. He don't die, but he gets fucked up. The Hulk, what I'm thinking with the Hulk is every time he hit him with that gamma blast, the Hulk is going to get stronger, and that's what's going to make the Hulk have a fighting chance against Godzilla. Because every time you hit him with one of them, get them blasts, the Hulk can absorb that shit. Superman can't absorb that. He is down for the count. They brought everybody out in this joint. This is a good book. I don't know why we did this joint and the joint Quaz put me on. These two joints is crazy. Wait till y'all see the Titans Rebirth. That joint is off the chain. I think the younger, the sidekicks and the Titans joints are better than the Justice League joint. And don't forget about Batman Dark Metal. I was thinking about that joint too, where you got the Joker that laughs, the Aquaman version of Batman, the Doomsday version of Batman. They all coming together to try to take over. That joint gonna be crazy too. We're gonna get into a lot of these good ass comics. I just got to learn how to organize it and make it better. Don't worry, this is only my second time. We gonna get it right.
Being hit by Godzilla's breath, being taken down as he attempted to save Billy Batson, Shazam. But Lois is asleep, unaware that the Dark Knight has peeked in on her. Later, she awakens, rubbing her eyes before glancing towards Clark, only to find the pod now empty. Elsewhere in the world, the Legion of Doom, its ranks now filled with several more villains, are preparing to join Luthor in Metropolis. It's there that he awaits the Titans' arrival. Now armed with a mighty Mecha Godzilla. With Mecha Godzilla at my disposal, I am the apex Titan they will bow down to. Lex promises the other villains.
That's what's calling him. Now watch when I'm telling you, when Godzilla get that signal and realize there's another Mecha Godzilla out there, there ain't gonna be enough nth metal in the world, in the whole universe, to hold that nigga back from going to fight that Mecha Godzilla. I'm telling you. He's gonna break that chain. The second Godzilla gets the signal that Mecha Godzilla is out there, he's gonna break that chain. I bet you. Or they're gonna break it for him. Lex is always fucking something up, yo. To be the smartest man in the DC universe, one of the smartest, he does the dumbest shit. Go get a tissue and come here, buddy, so I can help you blow your nose. Get a tissue out the bathroom. Yeah, so I can help you blow your nose. But I'm telling you, yo. I'm telling you. Lex is to be one of the smartest people in the DC universe. He does the dumbest. No, a tissue, toilet paper, buddy. Mm-hmm. He does the dumbest shit.
As the sun begins to rise over the metropolis skyline, the Titans have arrived. But Lex stands tall in the Mecha Godzilla, prepared to fight, prepared to defend Metropolis. He turns in surprise as another mech stomps forward. Oh, now this is interesting. Of course, Batman would build his own giant robot for a giant kaiju fight.
This nigga, Batman, stupid. This nigga said, oh, you want to build robots? Oh, we can build some robots. That nigga went and built a fucking Megazord. Batman Megazord activated. Hold on, let me turn this around. This dude fucking up. Let me fix this. Hold on, this getting good. This nigga went and built a Megazord. Batman Megazord activated. Batman said, fuck that. Hold on, Lex. Hold up, Lex. Hold up, Lex. Yeah, all the smarts in the whole DC comic verse. It ain't got no common sense. That nigga said, hold on, Lex. I knew what you was planning. That nigga went and built the Batman Megazord. Hold on, Bat. Bat got a contingency plan for everything. I ain't even gonna lie. Batman got a contingency plan for everything. Anytime something, go get a wife, buddy. His wife's in the bedroom. His wife's next to the bed. Yeah, it's right next to the bed, buddy. Yeah, nigga said Batman Megazord activated. You know, right there had the crystals. Power up! That nigga came out of nowhere. Batman is ain't no joke. He got a contingency plan for everything.
Lex scoffs, but Batman isn't alone. The Green Lanterns of Earth are flying over his shoulder, and as Mecha Bat engages Mecha Godzilla, they form their own light construct mech.
I knew it. As soon as he said Green Lanterns, I knew that the Green Lanterns was going, because Hal is known for building making one of those constructs. So I knew he was going to do that. So we just got a kaiju versus Mechazords battle. This joint is getting good. How much time we got left?
Green Lanterns assemble! Jessica Cruz shouts to her teammates. Green Lantern Robo! They all cheer. Green Robo engages the crab spider, while Donna and Diana leap into battle against the behemoth.
Oh, hell no. I don't give a damn what type of Megazord you got. I'm not battling. No, I'll take the mammoth. I'll take the mammoth. I'll take Godzilla. I'll take Kong. I'll take the mammoth. I'm not going for the spider. Nope. With that dodo bird say, oh, nope. Nope. I'd have been the only Megazord running. I'd have been the only Megazord beating feet. Megazord beat feet. That's all you would have heard. You saw me crushing buildings and shit. Where you going? I'm not fighting the spider. You're right. I am not messing with that spider. I don't give a fuck. I can have all the arsenal in the world. I can have the biggest Megazord out there, and I am not going for the spider. I'd have been, wait, come on, let's go. Remy, you got the spider. I got, huh? You say what now? Yeah, you take the crab spider, huh? Give me Godzilla. No, we got Godzilla. And the only crab spider, the only monster left. As soon as that motherfucker look at me. Crushing buildings and shit. I'm out. Ricky, where you going? Fuck you. All you would have saw is my Megazord Turner running like this. Fuck Fuck you. They'd have been mad at me. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. The world would have been mad at me. Oh, yeah, that's a different story, bro. That's a different story. That's a different story, bro. I had to do what I had to do. I wouldn't like it, though. I'd be, my Mechazord be shitting mecha pellets. My Mechazord have a mecha turtle head, but I would have to. I'm telling you, it would be a mecha turtle head, the mecha pellets dropping everywhere, and my Mechazord would be shitting itself the whole time fighting. I'm telling you, I'd have been shook. It would have been Mecha Turtle Head City. I'm telling you, oil dropping everywhere. Oh my God! Look at that thing. It got tentacles, and oh my God! Ugh. Oh my God! It would have been Mecha Turtle Head City. I'd have been so
Aquaman and
I
Hawkgirl
would have
fighting
had to
against
though,
Tiamat.
for my family.
During this, Nightwing is leading the other heroes against the Legion of Doom on the ground. Twin bat planes soaring over the city, but they both suddenly transform into their own mini mechs. Those bat planes are more than meets the eye. As
Batman planes are turning into this nigga got a contingency plan for everything, even his plane turning into Megazord. How much money Batman got? He only worth $1 billion to $2. Where is all these? That $1 billion ain't covering all that, bro. Batman got a side hustle somewhere, because $1 billion ain't covering the giant mech. The Megazord itself is about $2 billion. Where is all this money coming from, Bats? We need to look into Batman financials. I'm sorry, he got a plane that turned into a Megazord, fucking $1 billion Batmobiles. We need to look into Batman's financials, because this nigga selling cocaine on the side or something. Batman linked up with El Jefe. I'm sorry. Maybe everything is cheaper in the DC universe. I don't know. That got to be the explanation. I don't know, because Batman got a side. Batman selling drugs or something on the side. I don't know, because the Megazord itself is his whole fortune, and then he got planes and jets that turn into Megazords. That's couple $1 billion right there. We need to look into Batman's financials. That's all I'm saying.
they open fire on Tiamat to help Hawkgirl and Aquaman from being eaten. Bullseye! Jason shouts as he fires out of the mech. But suddenly there's a red streak and Donna is knocked out of the sky by a powerful Kryptonian punch. Wonder Woman looks up in shock as Kara, aka Supergirl, prepares her next attack. Kara, what's gotten into you? Diana demands.
Yo, whoever Kara fighting, you know. Oh, I get it now. He can control Kong by controlling Kara, because you know Kong is obsessed with them white women. Oh, they busting on black folks. Yo, they definitely busting on niggas with Kong. They definitely making fun of they definitely making fun of black folks with Kong. Because look what his kryptonite is. Think about what King Kong's weakness is. What's most black niggas' weakness? A lot of these niggas out here. What's their weakness? White women. And as soon as Kong see a white one, see that white girl, all logic goes out the window. That's all he care about. But in the new Kong movie, he like the little Indian, the little Indian girl. Kong a freak. Kong love him some Gucci. So I get it now. In order to control King Kong, he need to control that white girl. Smart. Very smart. Grog know, because Grog he know. He said that white coochie be good now. I ain't gonna lie though, I love me some milk too, especially milk with a fat ass. Hey, Quaz. You better be careful there, little buddy. You telling on everybody. You're snitching on us. Hey, Quad, stop snitching on us. Hey, Quad, stop snitching. You're snitching.
Demands, but the ground shakes as Kong now arrives, controlled by Gorilla Grodd. The villain growls, wearing his Kryptonian-tipped crown. At Grodd's direction, Kong beats his chest, rushing at the green Robo.
Yo, I got a little bit of time left too, so we probably got like another hour maybe left. So if any other comic books y'all got suggestions too, we can look at, or we can jump back to that Dragon Ball joint. I might have to put part 1 and 2 on that joint.
Oh, wait. The Monarch files said that Kong's supposed to be on our side. Hal points out, but John nods, motioning to Kara.
He knocked that
Supergirl. I'm beginning to think they switched sides. Green Robo delivers several punches to Kong's face, beating the ape back. But King Kong grabs a hold of the construct's arm, tearing it off. As it's torn off, Guy Gardner's willpower wanes as he falls to the ground, defeated.
You know, come on, bro. What would you think you was doing with Kong? Come on, bruh. Come on, bruh. He said there's this wage running in my job. I wanna get. Yo, it's a couple of them at mine. I ain't even gonna lie. A couple mad Puerto Rican joints at my job too. You's gonna get me in troubles.
Oh man, that's gonna leave a mark. Guy gasps as he struggles to his feet, but he looks up just as Grodd leaps through the air, slamming him into the ground, breaking the concrete with Guy's face. Grodd just killed Guy! Kyle shouts in shock.
Shit. Yo, he just fucked Guy all the way up. He curve stomped that nigga. You see his toes wrapping around his forehead? That nigga toes wrapped around that nigga forehead, curve stomped him. Put your mouth on the curb. You ever see what's it called? American X or something like that? Put your mouth on the curb. He said he thicker than a bullet. Yo, I'm telling you, it's one like that in my job. Nick's sister. You know, Nick at my job, everybody be looking at her ass. I don't do it because Nick, my homie, and I got respect for him, but everybody be looking at that.
Eyes, face. Grodd just killed Guy!
Yeah.
Kyle shouts in shock.
Hard to watch.
Kong then hits the green rope.
American X, that's what he just hit that nigga with. He just hit that nigga with the American X curve stomp. Put your mouth on the curb, Guy. Put your mouth on the curb. Toes wrapped around the nigga forehead.
Well, again, shattering the construct, sending each lantern down to the ground. Finish the lanterns, Grodd orders his apes. But Aquaman leaps in their way, preparing his trident. Grodd snarls at him,
Aquaman,
kill the fishman too. You're welcome to try, Aquaman snaps. The Legion and the League rush at each other, preparing for their final battle. Kong turns, rushing at Mecha Bat, grabbing a hold of him while Mecha Godzilla continues to pummel them. Beast Boy sees this and realizes this is
my bad, y'all. I had to regulate.
right in his lane. He transforms, becoming a massive ape, punching Kong. But Supergirl easily knocks Gar out before he can really do anything.
Oh, shit, that's all I was going to say. Where the fuck is Beast Boy at? So he turned into a giant ape, hit Kong, and then got knocked the fuck out. Well, that was a short fight. She knocked Beast Boy out real quick. Well, goddamn.
The heroes realize that the Kryptonite crown is how Grodd is
It's a
controlling
Royal Rumble, ain't
Supergirl,
it?
and they rush to get it away from the villain. Damian whirling the little bat mech as
Even
Jason
Damian
opens
out
fire,
there.
shooting 50 caliber rounds, knocking the crown from Grodd's head. Now free of his control, Kara and Kong seem to be in a daze. I think we've been on the wrong side, she says as she turns to the massive ape. But things are only getting worse now. Diana shouts to her friends that something else has.
Yup. They woke up the mother of the skull crawlers. Now, if y'all watch Kong versus Godzilla, the mother of the skull crawlers, they walk across this big ass bridge. It's a serpent. It was huge. Like one of the bones was twice the size of Kong. Hold on, let me show you. Let me show y'all what I'm talking about. This is what this thing is. King Kong walks across the skeleton bridge. Let me show you what it is. Look, here it go. Here it go. Look, here it go, right here. Look at this shit. This is what this is. I think this is what it is. Look, if you watch the movie, watch this shit. Kong is walking across. Look at the skull. This is Kong on top of the skull. Look.
And Godzilla X Kong, the new empire, when
Look how big that shit is. Look. Now look. What?
So there's this crazy scene in Godzilla.
You see how small Kong is on that? Look how small Kong is on that thing. I think that's what they woke up. That's the mother of the skull crawlers or whatever the fuck those things is. It was something that was bigger than all of them. You ain't see the movie? They had to walk across that. That was the bridge. Look how big that thing is. It made Kong, it's huge. It made Kong and them look like little ants.
When Kong and Zuko were crossing this massive bridge in the Hollow Earth, right? But get this, the bridge is actually made of a giant skeleton. I mean, we're talking colossal here. It makes Kong, Godzilla, and even Shimo look tiny in comparison. Now, there's this theory floating around about whose skeleton it could be. Some folks think it might be an ancient ancestor of those creepy skull crawlers, you know, the ones from Skull Island. Makes sense considering the size and shape of the skeleton matchup. Plus, with all that Hollow Earth energy making things supersized, is not too far-fetched. Alternatively, it could be a giant warbat. While the warbats we've seen aren't that big, the skeleton could have belonged to a king warbat that once existed. Another hypothesis is that it could be the world serpent from mythology. You know, that...
I think it's the mother of them skull crawlers. You said, no, you got to see that. That thing is huge. And I think that's what he was waking up. That's what he was reviving. Look, there it goes. Yeah. I think it's the mother of the skull crawlers.
Has arrived from the sea. The resurrected skull crawlers controlled by the League of Assassins. Meanwhile, a streak of power flies across the sky, crashing into the ocean. It hurtles through the deep until it comes to Godzilla, where he's chained at the deep trench. The mighty Titan looks up, its eyes glowing at the newcomer. Godzilla, we have some unfinished business, Superman says, having recovered to the king of the monsters. Lois watches from the watchtower monitors as the battle...
Oh, now you talking about we got some unfinished business. Sit your ass down. Sit your ass down. That nigga to put you out of commission for the whole comic book. Sit your ass down somewhere. You better go up to the sun and absorb a couple of 1,000 years of radiation, sun rays, before you go fuck with that nigga again. Hold on for...
rages far below. She yells over the comms system, trying to tell the Justice League that Clark has disappeared. But suddenly there's a bright light behind her, and when she turns, she sees Clark floating in space, his body glowing. In moments, he's inside and they embrace.
I knew it.
We thought you were.
I knew it. That nigga went up to the sun and then grabbed some radio. You better take your ass up to the sun. You better hurl yourself into the sun. He need all the sun energy before he go back there and fucking with Godzilla. He put you out of commission with one blast.
She tries to say, but Clark explains that he was very weakened. Luckily, Batman and Cyborg managed to use a boom tube to transport him to the sun, which allowed his body to supercharge.
I told you. They boom tube that nigga into the sun. I was going to say, you better do something. Throw that nigga into her. Didn't I say that? You're going to have to hurl him into the sun. Hold on for a second. My bad, y'all. I had to regulate. These motherfuckers is fighting over the TV.
Clark steps back from Lois and looks at her, finally asking what he has been trying to do since the beginning of the...
But wait, wouldn't them sun rays fuck Lois up? That's the part I don't get. If he's supercharged by the sun, and it's so supercharged that he's glowing from it, wouldn't he have burned her into a crisp? Shouldn't he have burned her into a crisp?
This adventure. Will you marry me? He asks. Shockingly, she says yes, and the two kiss.
Shockingly.
Finally, she pulls away.
Right.
After you take care of
You
this
should have burned her into
you've
a
missed
crisp.
a lot. Meanwhile, Deathstroke and Cheetah have finally found Toyman's corpse at the bottom of one of Godzilla's footprints.
Damn.
That's what's left of him, Cheetah says as she motions to the squashed body, and Deathstroke looks around for a moment. Where's the Dreamstone? Meanwhile, in Metropolis, the battle continues to wage
Oh
on.
man, that
The
picture was
Batazord
so
fighting against
fire.
Mecha Godzilla while...
Hey yo, Quad, screenshot that for me. Let me take myself out. Hey Quad, screenshot that for me. That picture is so fire. Wait, how is they fighting on the ground? Radiation, right? She'd have been burned into a crisp. She'd have had fucking some type of nuclear poison or something. Hair would have fell out. Fingernails would have fell off. All types of shit. Quad, screenshot that for me, bro. That is fire. What's up with the giant Green Lantern ring right over top of Oliver? Over top of Green Arrow. But how is they fighting on the ground while all these mecha things are fighting? Somebody would have got stomped on and crushed. Somebody, I know these are superheroes, but somebody would have got stomped on. Now look how big that skull thing is compared to Godzilla. I mean to Mecha Godzilla, Kong. His hand is bigger than Kong. Look how big that thing is. Look how big that thing is. Somebody would have got crushed. But I'd have been always, look, you see where the spider at? I'd have been all the way over here on the other side of the city. Hiding behind a building with my mecha. Shitting mecha pellets. As soon as that thing came crawling over the building, I'd have been all the way on the other side of the city, hiding behind whatever the biggest, tallest building, shitting mecha pellets. She would have had that mystery illness. She would have definitely had, yes, but yeah, man, she would have definitely had a mystery illness after kissing that nigga with all that radiation. Hair would have fell out.
While Kong faces off against the League of Assassins Skullcrawlers. Nearby, Hal Jordan is kneeling over the dead body of Guy Gardner, gritting his teeth for his lost friend, while Jessica Cruz awakens Gar. Hal, we don't have time to mourn. We need to size up again. Jon Stewart shouts, but Hal looks at Guy's hand. His ring is gone. Hal notes, finally standing and the lanterns come together. Kong slams into the King Skullcrawler, knocking him away, and then he leaps to slam into him again and again. But this time, a green Kong is by his side. I got your back, big guy! Gar shouts, but the smaller Skullcrawlers begin to swarm them. The Batazord fires its rockets at Mecha Godzilla before more Skullcrawlers begin to swarm them. Kara, we could use some help over here. We're not nimble enough to deal with multiple attacks, Cyborg shouts over the comms. Luckily, Kara is there slamming into the small kaiju lizards. Batazord turns back to Mecha Godzilla, but Lex is already moving, punching them hard, sending them into the ground. Motor function down. We're offline. Batman reports from the cockpit. As Cyborg and Flash work to get the power back online, Batman looks up to see Mecha Godzilla standing over them, a mouth laser flaring to life. We're out of time, Batman tells his friends.
I'm using that as my background.
5 minutes earlier, Superman arrived at the Legion of Doom headquarters and frees the young Billy Batson. Superman, how? He shouts with joy, and Superman explains it quickly as Billy apologizes for everything, hugging him. One more piece of advice. Stick to Shazam when we're fighting, okay? Superman says with a smile, and the two heroes leap into the sky, Superman informing Shazam that he'll meet him in Metropolis, and he dives beneath the ocean. Back in Metropolis, Mecha Godzilla's laser flares to life, but Shazam is there slamming into the robot, causing it to blast one of the skull crawlers. Thanks for the assist, Batman says over the comms, as Cyborg gets the power back online and Batazord struggles to its feet.
Batazord.
We've got 5 targets closing and we can't give them our...
He called it Batazord. That's a good name for it. That's what I would have called it. I'm sorry, I'd have been shitting Batazord nuggets all over the goddamn city with that damn spider. I can't stress that enough. It would have been Batazord nuggets all over the goddamn city. I'm sorry, y'all. Oh shit! Oh, Batazord, turtle head.
Are back. Batman says as the kaiju begin to close in on them. With the Mecha Lantern arriving, the two prepare to fight back. Meanwhile, beneath the ocean, Superman has arrived at where Godzilla is chained. The mighty Titan's eyes glow with anger, and Superman understands. The king of the monsters was never meant to arrive in a world with metahumans. I'm not here for a rematch. I just need you to get mad enough to follow me, Superman says as he hits the Titan before pulling off his chain, beginning to lead him away. Back at the fight, the two Kongs are still battling away, but Mecha Godzilla thunders over and knocks Gar aside. As Kong continues to struggle with the massive skull crawler, its tail wrapping around his throat, beginning to squeeze. Kong then roars with anger as the skull crawler leans in close.
Look how big that thing is compared to Kong. Razdin fucked up. Yo, for Ra's al Ghul in Lex Luthor to be the smartest niggas, some of the smartest niggas in the DC universe, they do not have common sense. They are always fucking something up. Always. Forever.
Hissing. The rest of the heroes on the ground look on in surprise as a green glow appears over Kong.
Kong about to be a Green Lantern.
Holds up his hand.
Kong about to be a Green Lantern.
Slides over his finger, creating
Remember I said
Green Lantern.
Remember earlier I just said, what's that giant lantern ring sitting over top of Green Arrow? Oh shit, they didn't make King Kong a Green Lantern. My nigga. Oh, I need this. Hold, Quaz, I need this. Hold on, let me take me out the picture. Hold, Quaz, I need this. They didn't make King Kong a motherfucking Green Lantern. Oh, they did. They went all out on this one. They got their best writers in this one. They got their best writers on this one. They didn't make King Kong a motherfucking Green Lantern. Get the fuck out of here. Oh wow. Now that's extraordinary. They imagine if they made a whole comic book out of that jump. Imagine if they made a whole Green Lantern King Kong comic book. Fire. That's about to be my new favorite superhero. Fucking Green Lantern King Kong.
Kong! Instinctively, Kong creates a green construct axe, which he uses to slice through the skull crawler's tail. More charge towards him, but Kong rolls on them, ready for the fight. With the rest of the heroes free to battle, they charge at Mecha Godzilla, with Wonder Woman, Shazam, Donna, and Kara grabbing its arms, pulling them apart. Batazord charges forward, grabbing Mecha Godzilla, lifting it into the air and smashing it down on their knees, breaking it in half. But the massive skull isn't.
They hit that nigga with a backbreaker. They hit King Kong. This gonna be my background. They hit King Kong with a Mecha Kong with a backbreaker. Get the fuck out of here, yo! This joint is fire. I don't know why I'm glad I went back to this.
Their knees, breaking it in half. But the massive skull isn't done. Not until there's a massive boom as everyone looks up to see Superman and Godzilla arriving through a boom tube. Godzilla narrowing its eyes on the massive.
Let Godzilla try to fuck with Kong with that lantern ring. Don't turn to Kong. That's your ass, Godzilla. That atomic breath ain't gonna work on that. You look over at Conway, that's your ass, Mr. Postman.
Skullcrawler, roaring its challenge. Here we go. I knew you'd have something to say about this. Superman notes as Godzilla rushes at the Skullcrawler. Godzilla rains it down on the creature until he blasts it with his atomic breath. Superman joins in using his heat vision to aid the Titan. Atomic breath and heat vision barreling down on the Skullcrawler, and it's Green Lantern Kong who leaps in with a finishing blow, slamming his axe down on the creature's skull, killing it.
Always ready
kind
for
of
a fight.
obviously. With the battle over, Godzilla roars in victory.
Oh,
Ring
they take the
flies
ring
away
back.
from Kong now that it's no longer needed. Superman surveys the battle as his friends rush to see him, having thought that he was dead. He holds up the Dreamstone, explaining that Toyman was crushed beneath Godzilla's foot right as the Titans arrived on their Earth. I overheard Cheetah and Deathstroke discussing it on the way in. Superman explains. He tells them that the Dreamstone has been stuck to the bottom of Godzilla's foot this entire time.
No, come on, man. They should have let Kong. If I was the Green Lanterns, I would have recruited Kong. I'd have flew him right up the Oa. Y'all got a whole planet as a fucking Green Lantern. Why not recruit Kong? Why not? You got a whole planet as a fucking Green Lantern. Why not recruit Kong? That would have been fire, bro. Why you take the ring? Let him keep that joint. He gave it back to Guy, annoying ass. I ain't gonna lie, Guy is my nigga though. But come on, man, you could have. Oh, that's wild.
This may be the weirdest week we've ever had. Flash notes, and Batman nods in agreement. Yeah. Superman holds up the Dreamstone, wishing the Titans back to their world. The rest of the heroes gathering the Legion of Doom and placing them under arrest. Here's your so-called leader, Kara says as she holds up Lex, Superman glaring at him. Luthor, do yourself and the rest of the world a favor and stay out of my fortress. It's not a toy store, Superman tells him.
Nah, bro.
Later, after the world has returned to normal.
Nah, bro. I'm tired of Superman. Just knock that nigga off, bro. Come on, bro. How many times do he gotta damn near kill you and destroy the world for you to understand that it's time to knock that nigga off? In some universes, he do. When Lex become the president, that nigga fry that nigga in the office. That's Injustice. No, not Injustice. It's one of the Johns. They show it in the Justice League John. In the alternate universe, that nigga cook Lex in the office, just fry him. How many times do he got to either kill you or damn near kill you for you to understand that nigga got to go? The world would be better without him. You can't let knocking off one bad guy, let that power, knocking off one bad guy flips you into a villain, the worst person in the world, turns you into a villain, knocking him off. That means Superman always had that shit in him.
Clark and Lois sit in a park in Metropolis, with Lois admiring the engagement ring that Clark gave her. You ready to be Mrs. Lane? Clark asks her with a smile, and she puts her head
Mrs.
on his
Lane.
shoulder. So ready, she says, looking out over the city.
And there you have it. All 7 issues.
That was a good story. That was a real good story. Amanda Waller versus all the heroes. Ooh. Waller is a fucking gangster. I ain't even gonna lie. Waller be on some shit. Agent Venom. What else we got on this joint? Hold on. Let's see what we got. I'm gonna try to find a short joint. Something that ain't too long. The Joker Wanted Dead or Alive. Moon Knight. Batman versus Santa. Silent Night, huh? This is the joint I was talking about right here. Titans Rebirth. Fire. Forget about it. This joint right here is off the Chizane. They got Lobo daughter up in that joint. They got a Genie, Kingdom to Come, the DC Dark Metal. That joint was fire too. The Red Hood Rebirth. I don't know what the fuck this is. Annihilation. Justice League 2008. Secrets of the Source Wall. Blood Hunt. Flash Rebirth. Deadpool. Y'all, that's why I said Mrs. Lane, y'all, for Deadpool. We got time for one more. Y'all up for Deadpool? We got Deadpool, Immortal Hulk, Avengers, Power Rangers Shattered Grid. Power Rangers Shattered Grid. Which one? Which one you with? Deadpool or the Power Rangers Shattered Grid? Let me move this so y'all can see the options. Put it up full mass. We got Power Rangers Shattered Grid. You got the Deadpool. I'm trying to find some short ones. Radiant Black. Who's Radiant Black? I ain't never heard of him. John Clint versus the Justice League. Batman Beyond. Oh, Neo Gothic. Batman Beyond. Oh, Power Rangers. Okay. Watch this shit. They got Batman Beyond too. Oh yeah, I'm putting that on the watch later list. Save for later. I'm gonna say that one for later too. All right, I guess Power Rangers Shattered Grid. I guess we doing the Power Rangers.
Lord Draken is back for revenge.
Ooh.
Welcome to the Comic Storian Full Story.
Lord
channel,
Draken
where we
back.
take old and new Comic Storian full stories and we put them in
Hold
one
on for a
central
second.
location for you to watch. Today, we are covering the Power Rangers crossover event from 2018 known as Shattered Grid. This was a crossover between the Mighty Morphin Power Rangers and Saban's Go-Go Power Rangers to commemorate the 25th anniversary of the original TV series. This is the 5 volumes of Shattered Grid.
Ooh.
In the not-so-distant future, the city of Angel Grove witnessed their first crisis at the hands of a woman named Rita Repulsa, who wanted to conquer Earth. Rita sent monsters down to destroy the city, but not long after, the city received their heroes, the Power Rangers. The Rangers fought off these monsters, and when Rita attempted to power up her army, the Rangers called on their robots, the Dinozords, to stop her. With the Rangers stopping her plans, Rita thought that she needed something just as powerful to fight the Rangers, so she created one of her own, the Green Ranger. But just as the Green Ranger seemed to be too much for them, something happened, and the Green Ranger started to work with the rest of the Rangers to stop more monsters from attacking the city. This is where our story begins, in the Angel Grove High School, with the Pink Ranger Kim and the Green Ranger Tommy discussing that even though it's been a busy week, they should probably continue their training. Kim suggests that maybe after their training, they could go get a cup of coffee afterwards. And just as Tommy says sure, the bell rings and Kim says assuming they can even make it through class first. A little while later, all of the Rangers sit for lunch as the Black Ranger, Zach, tells everyone that he may have gotten detention for sleeping in class. And the Red Ranger, Jason, will be joining him since he tried to defend him. The Yellow Ranger, Trini, says that while they're serving their time, her and Billy will go back and run some diagnostics on Tommy's Dragon Zord and see why it hasn't been responding to him lately. Meanwhile, up on the moon, Rita sits with her minions discussing their last encounter and their attempt to charge the crystal. The chaos energy created by the Dragon Zord in defeating their last monster did charge it, but in order to bring it to its full strength, they're going to need more energy. Elsewhere, back on Earth, Kim and Tommy have begun their training as Tommy fights a huge group of putties and Kim fights off a giant beast. Zordon tells Tommy that he's running out of time. The civilian group with him has sustained injuries and they won't survive much longer. He needs to find a path to get them to safety. Tommy calls out for everyone, telling them that he's got a game plan for them. They're going to cut through the streets to avoid his partner while she fights off that giant monster over there. However, as Tommy leads the civilians away, he leads them right into another putty ambush, and in the back of his mind, he can hear Rita taunting him as the putties slowly start taking out the civilians. Tommy screams, "No!" and Rita says, "You did this! This is all your fault! They counted on you and you failed them!" Shortly after the simulator ends, Kim tells him to not be so hard on himself, and Zordon explains that this training sequence was designed for failure. They needed to gauge how he deals with defeat, and Tommy tells him he wants to do it again. He can do it better, and he wants to do it alone. He then turns to Kim, stating that he knows that they're supposed to go get coffee after, but she tells him she gets it, no big deal. Later that night, Tommy heads back home and he goes straight to his room, and as he lays on his bed, he asks himself, what do the Power Rangers mean to him? Suddenly, a sword appears at his throat, and a voice tells him, don't waste too much time on that, you've only got a few minutes left. Rita's minion, Scorpina, has her blade at Tommy's throat, telling him, we can make this a lot easier if you just give back what isn't yours. Give back the power coin and you can live. Outside his room, his mother calls out, stating that she knows that he's tired, but he should eat something, and inside, Scorpina says, maybe if you don't want to cooperate, your mother can persuade you. Maybe we should ask. But before she can finish, Tommy knocks the blade away as he hits his teleporter, grabbing a hold of Scorpina and sending them both out into the woods. As they appear out there, Scorpina tells him, this is perfect, an isolated location, and then grips down on his communicator, breaking it, telling him, and now you have no way to call for help. Tommy kicks her away and he shouts, it's morphin' time! And he holds out his power coin and begins to change. Once he changes into the Green Ranger, he tells her that if she wants his power coin, she's gonna have to come and get it. She swings her sword and Tommy deflects it with his dagger, and then he punches her back. As she steps back and gets up, she tells him, one of us is a proven warrior, the other is a child, and she disappears. She reappears, striking Tommy in the back, and while he's down, the putty begin to appear, and she tells them, let's see how long he can even last. Elsewhere in the town, Kim goes to visit Jason as he finishes up his karate class when they get a call from Zordon telling them that something is wrong. Tommy needs their help. Back in the woods, Tommy begins fighting off the putty, but while he defeats more and more of them, Scorpina tells herself that he's fighting just as they knew he would, waging
and that's what makes Tommy a beast. Jason and all them, they only do karate. This nigga do 6 or 7 different forms of martial arts.
War. And that's why he was chosen in the first place. But what he doesn't know is that every blow he makes, it aids their cause. He's making the Chaos Crystal that much stronger. Their goal isn't just to steal the coin. They need Tommy to fight and create chaos energy. But as the fight goes on, Scorpina is attacked. From the woods, Jason and Kim jump out firing their guns, while Kim asks why they can't take a hit. Tommy is done with them. Jason fights off Scorpina while Kim frees Tommy from the putty. And just as Zack arrives, Scorpina decides that it's time for her to leave. Once free, Tommy chases after her while everyone tells him to wait. But the further he runs, he sees that she's gone. And the voice of Rita tells him, try not to beat yourself up too much over this one. The others probably wouldn't have come to save the Red Ranger. You're no Jason, Tommy. As Jason and the rest of the Rangers finish up the putties, Tommy returns and Jason tells him, I'm sorry. I wish we would have gotten here sooner. But Tommy lashes out to him, stating, I was blindsided. I'm sure you think you could have done better. Jason tells him to relax. He knows that he did everything that he could, but Tommy smacks his hand away, stating, I know what you're saying. Back at the command center, the Rangers talk with Zordon about the recent events with Rita attacking Tommy directly. But Tommy tells everyone that she can do what she wants. She won't get the power coin or the Dragon Zord. Kim then says, speaking of, were Billy and Trini able to figure out what's wrong with the Dragon Zord and why it's not listening to Tommy? Billy explains that after their testing, everything seems to run fine as far as he can see. It just stopped listening to Tommy when he calls for it. Zordon says the Zords are connected to each of them. They must feel as comfortable with their users as their users do with them. And as the conversation goes on, Tommy begins to feel weak and then he collapses. A few moments later, Tommy awakes from a nightmare with everyone sitting around asking if he's okay. Trini checks his pulse and says that his heart rate is still up. Maybe they should run a power scan just to make sure nothing weird is going on. And Zordon tells her that that would be most wise. Up on the moon, Rita is watching as Tommy slowly begins to lose control, but all things are going according to their plan. The battle with Tommy drove him to his limits, and the crystal is fueled by green chaos energy. With one final attack, the crystal will have enough strength to open up the portal. Scorpina asks if they were to attack, they would need the dragon dagger. And Rita tells her, no. We don't need that dragon dagger. We need a dragon dagger. The putty bring in one of the defeated ones, struck by Tommy's dagger, and Finster pours a liquid into its chest, making a copy from the original imprint. Although it will be very unstable, it will serve its purpose. Down in the command center, Trini begins to run her tests on Tommy, talking with him to try and keep him calm, but before they can get started, they begin to hear a loud thumping coming from outside. The two of them run outside along with Alpha to see what's going on, and suddenly the ground shakes as the Dragon Zord bursts out of the ground, destroying Alpha. Trini asks if but Tommy says, I didn't call anything.
Wow.
And the two of them begin to change into
They didn't off Alpha. Ay. They didn't took Alpha out.
Ranger forms. Tommy tries to teleport inside, but it's like something is blocking him from entering. Trini jumps into her Zord and she begins to fight off the Dragon Zord. But as the battle goes on, the Dragon Zord overpowers her, slamming her into the ground. The Dragon Zord then begins to hear something. The music that Tommy uses to call upon it, and it leans down to him. While he plays, the Dragon Zord lets out a massive roar, and it lunges at Tommy. And then Tommy wakes back up, lying on the table in the
I actually had that joint, yo. And it fucking burned up in that house fire, yo. I was so mad. I had that and the Saba sword.
Trini tells him that everything is fine, just lay back down, they're almost done. But when she goes back to the results from the scan, she notices something. Everyone gathers back at the command center and Trini goes over the results, first showing everyone what the power scan would normally look like with someone like Jason. However, Tommy's scan is off the charts. Billy says that the dragon coin isn't tied to the morphin grid like theirs are, but there is way too much disparity in this. Zordon tells everyone there that there isn't much they know about the Green Ranger's powers. These results could simply be Tommy still getting used to them. And Zach asks if it could be Rita still messing with them. But Kim says it can't be her. She had the coin once, but the powers didn't come from her. Besides, Tommy would be able to tell if she was still messing with him, right? And everyone turns to Tommy, and he tells them, actually,
I thought the original Green Ranger was Rita. So how did that joint did not come from the morphin grid? I don't get that.
just after you broke Rita's spell over me, I've been having these flashes. But eventually, they became more as she started talking to me. Jason then asks why he kept this a secret, and he says he thought he can handle it. But Jason tells him that he could have put them all in danger. Right now, he's not ready. And that's when the alarms go off. Out in the ocean, Scorpina reports back that everything is working. With Finster's dagger in the crystal, she has full control of the Dragon Zord, and she's in position to embark on the final assault. The Rangers all see Scorpina in the cockpit of the Dragon Zord, but based on the reading that Billy is looking at, the power reading coming back is not coming from the Dragon Dagger. Tommy says that he should try and teleport in, but Alpha tells him that whatever Scorpina is using, it's interfering with their teleportation frequencies. And Jason tells him that he's not in any shape to fight anyway. So for now, they're going to go take care of this, and then they're going to move forward as they work as a team. So for now, Tommy's going to stay behind and take it easy. All of the other Rangers teleport out, calling on their dinosaurs, and they begin to move out. And Scorpina continues trampling through the city when suddenly a chain fires out, grabbing the Dragon Zord's leg. As she looks back, she sees Billy's Triceratops pulling back on the Dragon Zord, slowly dragging her back into the ocean. Up on the moon, Rita's watching, but Finster tells her not to worry. I will create the perfect distraction. And he pulls down a lever. With a loud boom going off, lightning strikes the water. And then from the waters, a giant shark creature appears, biting through the chains connecting the Triceratops to the Dragon Zord. Kim and Jason begin their attacks, but while this is going on, Tommy watches the whole thing from the command center. As he's watching,
I want to know what type of technology that nigga got, where he can just put a clay monster into the machine, and then that nigga just that shit just pop up. That's some crazy technology.
he hears Rita telling him that he's just sitting back on the sidelines again, aren't you? Tommy looks at her and he tells her, you know what? Instead of listening to you, I'm going to be the one who talks. And right now, you're still just me. Maybe I wasn't ready to let go of you. Maybe I'm even afraid, but not anymore. The only way you have power over me is if I give you the power over me, and I'm sick of doing that. The image of Rita begins to fade, and Tommy turns back to Zordon, telling him, I can't just sit here. I've got the real Dragon Dagger, and that means that I still have a chance of controlling the Dragon Zord. Back in the ocean, the battle goes on, but then everyone sees Tommy teleport teleport on the head of the Dragon Zord. Scorpina shakes him off, but Kim flies by catching him, and Tommy tells everyone, I got a plan. You're just gonna have to trust me. So Jason tells him, all right, we will. But right now, we need the Megazord power. Kim swings back, flying close to the Dragon Zord, and she tells him that she hopes that he knows what he's doing. And Tommy jumps up, telling her, I hope I do too. As he gets closer, he kicks in the window of the Dragon Zord cockpit, and he begins to struggle with Scorpina. Jason and the rest of them begin to fight and destroy the shark creature while Tommy battles against Scorpina. But during the struggle, Tommy grabs a hold of the replica dagger and he pulls it out, shattering it on the ground. Scorpina tells him that he can't, and Tommy knocks her away, telling her, I just did. As the battle finishes, all of the Rangers return back to the command center as Jason begins to yell at Tommy for not listening. But Tommy argues that if he didn't, things wouldn't have worked out. They did win, so they should just leave it at that. He then turns to leave, but Zach grabs him, telling him, hey, Jason is still talking to you. And after shaking him off, Tommy drops a green crystal. The argument begins to rise between Tommy and Jason, and just as Tommy attempts to swing at Jason, the crystal begins to shine. Scorpina begins to laugh, stating, it's working! And Alpha says that it's a portal like he's never
seen. That nigga was ready to deck the shit out of Jason for a second.
Seen before opening, and then an explosion goes off. The command center begins to crumble, and through the debris, the Rangers begin to crawl out, and Tommy begins to ask if this is another hallucination. But Trini tells him, no, this is real. From the rubble, something begins to climb out and stand above them, and then shrinks back down. The voiceover robot tells them,
hello, I've been looking forward to destroying you for some time now. Who wants to go first?
Not long before the arrival of Tommy, Rita watches the Prime Minister of Italy speaking out to the public that they will not bend to her will and that they are not afraid of her. Shortly after watching that, though, Rita has released a four-armed creature to attack Italy's cities. As the creature begins to destroy the cities, the Power Rangers appear in their Megazord to battle against it. And as the fight went on, the creature turned his attention down towards the fleeing civilians, one of which being the Prime Minister. As the creature reached out to grab him, Jason jumps from the Zord, stabbing the creature in its chest to stop it. Jason then jumped down to the Prime Minister, telling him that they need to hurry and get out of there. But before they could teleport away, the creature gets back up and grabs them. Before it can, though, Zach takes control of the Megazord and cuts through the creature's chest. Kim tells him that that was the best thing that could have happened, a literal killer swipe. And as the Rangers jump down to check on the people, they all begin to cheer for Jason having saved the Prime Minister. As they cheer, Zach turns away, questioning why no one is cheering for him since he was the one who stopped the creature.
Look, black man never get no credits. Like, I'll fucking with y'all. But yeah, Kakalaka, when you watch the replay, you're going to love that Justice League versus Godzilla joint. In that Dragon Ball joint in the beginning. We're going to do a part 2 of that. We definitely doing different parts of that joint.
And then up on the moon, Rita watches and takes notice of Zach's concern. One day back in the States, Zach heads home when a group of putties attack him. Zach manages to fight off several of them, but as the group starts to grow back, they overpower him and Goldar tells them to take him away. A short while later, Zach starts to wake up chained and bound, with Rita's voice telling him that she's sorry about the ambush, but he can have her word that she comes in peace. Zach tells her that he somehow doubts that. Rita waves her arm, removing the chains, telling him that there won't be any tricks, but as you can see, he still has his power coin. In fact, he can leave anytime that he wants. Zach asks what she could possibly want, and she says that just like she said, she has come to talk and express how he handled things in Italy. Because he's the real reason that the Rangers won. It was him who took control of the Megazord when Jason jumped out to run off and be the Glory Hound. Zach watches without saying a word.
Oh,
Rita
shit.
tells him
That's all it's going to take for her to get in his head. That's all it's going to take for her to get in his head. He ain't get no credit for the shit that he did. She about to explore weakness real quick.
Thinks they may have gotten off on the wrong foot. Let her show him something. The two of them teleport away, and as Zach looks around, Rita says that this is part of her palace. When someone is trapped in a dumpster for 10,000 years, one comes to appreciate open floors. Zach asks if he's supposed to feel sorry for her, and Rita says that she doesn't really want all of this destruction and bad blood between them. Really, it was Zordon who hasn't given her much choice and started using the Zords to attack her. Rita goes on to state that really all she wants to do is help Earth reach its full potential under her leadership. As an orb begins to light up, it shows images of wars across the Earth, and Rita says that they can stop all of these skirmishes. Zach asks her what she means by that, and she tells him that because she thinks that he could be more, he could be on her team. Images start to change to a Green Ranger, and Rita says that under her, he could be the one to lead. He could change the world to a better place. The images show the Green Ranger taking off his helmet, and they reveal Zach. Zach watches the images and says that she's right. They should be doing more. Goldar says he's making a very smart decision, but as
wow, they about to get. Let me find out. They about to get Zach the Green Power Rangers coin. That'll be fire. Not him on Rita's side, but him as the Green Ranger. Oh man, that'll be fire.
He finishes his sentence. Zach turns back, punching Goldar. Zach quickly catches his coin, but Rita shocks him down and Goldar grabs onto him. Zach manages to punch back Goldar and hit his communicator and teleport out. Back down to the command center, Zach explains to Zordon what happened, and he tells them that for now, that they should keep the situation between themselves so that they don't alarm anyone else on the team. Zach says the weird thing is that they were being honest. He was almost tempted in what he saw. And Zordon tells him that it means that he is human for wanting the best in the world. It is an undeniable and admirable quality. That is why he is honored to work with a Power Ranger such as himself. Back on the moon, Rita sits watching Tommy, stating that they will need to start with a clean slate. Someone who isn't already a Power Ranger. And as she says that, a voice tells her that he will leave. He will turn his back and join them. Rita calls out who's there, and a voice tells her that she's truly ready to rule the world. When she sees that he is right, she will then see him. Back in the current time, after the events of the first volume of the story, which
they didn't explain who this Megazord dude is.
Find a link to down below. The voice has made himself known to the Rangers and told them that he would offer them one chance to surrender, though he already knows what the answer would be. Jason shouts to the Black Dragon that there is no chance in hell that they are surrendering, and he tells him, "Good, I would have thought much less of you otherwise." Just then, the Black Dragon opens up its mouth and released a powerful blast, stripping away the Rangers' suits. As he walks towards them, Kim takes out her bow and fires an arrow, stopping the blast. Kim shouts for everyone to hurry and move in, and all of the Rangers jump into attack, but the Black Dragon blasts them away again and knocks Tommy away with his tail. The Black Dragon then grabs a hold of Jason and releases more of the blast directly onto him, and Trini and Billy...
Who's the Black Dragon?
Attack to free him. As the Rangers gather around, Jason tells him that this is his last chance, and the Black Dragon responds with, "I think I'll pass." He holds out his arm and he fires a beam, launching Jason and Trini into a wall. Trini then calls out that they need to retreat before things get worse, and the Black Dragon picks up Tommy, telling him, "You're rather unique. Let's make you a bit more normal then." He begins ripping the dragon armor off, and Zach jumps and swinging his axe, telling him to let go. Jason shouts that he's going to teleport them to a pocket dimension, so hang on, and the Rangers all begin to teleport away. But the Black Dragon grabs Billy and tells him, "Not so fast." As everyone teleports away, the Black Dragon throws Billy to the ground and says, "I only needed one of you." Billy tries to fight back, but after a blast to the face, the Black Dragon throws him to the ground and says out loud, "Rita, they are ready." Meanwhile, the other Rangers are teleported to the pocket dimension, and without Zordon with them, it's beginning to fall apart. Zach asks what happened, and Kim says that it was like someone was peeling the skin off of them with a knife. But as everyone checks on one another, they all notice that Billy isn't with them. Jason scans back to see what's going on in the command center, but Rita's forces have already begun making their way inside. Kim asks Tommy if any of Rita's visions can answer anything about what's going on or who this Black Dragon is, and he says that Scorpina mentioned the crystal was charged with the green chaos energy, but other than that, he has no clue what's going on. Zach tells him that this whole Black Dragon thing is tied to him, and he doesn't know? Tommy shouts, "No, he doesn't," and Kim jumps between them before the argument can get any further. She tells them both that they're supposed to be friends, and right now, there is another friend who needs them all. As the two of them step back and cool off, Trini looks at a display, asking what they're supposed to do to bring everyone back. Back at the command center, Rita says that she was skeptical of him contacting her at first, but with the exception of losing Scorpina, this operation went much better than expected. The Black Dragon says the Rangers have fled to a pocket dimension, and even without being able to follow them, I have another way to deal with them. Black Dragon grabs Billy's power coin and says that he's going to use it as an access point to the Morphin Grid. He holds up the green crystal and he fires a blast through it into the power coin. Back over in the pocket dimension, Tommy explains that it's possible that Rita has taken Billy into the dark dimension. And just as Jason tries to figure out a plan, everyone but Tommy begins to scream in pain. A light shines on everyone and Tommy looks at them all without their powers, asking what's happened. As Rita's forces make their way into the command center, the Black Dragon looks over Jason's Zord, and then he opens his mouth, creating a blast. The Zord's eyes light up, and he tells it, "It's time to wake up." Elsewhere in the command center, Rita sits on her throne, stating it's good to be the queen. And then she picks up Alpha's head, asking, "Wouldn't you agree?" She tosses it on the ground, telling the putties to go ahead and melt him down. But as Alpha's head hits the ground, his lights begin to turn on. While everyone tries to figure out what happened to their powers, Tommy heads off on his own, and he watches the video feed from just before the attack. Kim wakes up telling him that she's not sure how watching that is going to help, but they both sit down, and Tommy says so much for making a good first impression. She tells him technically, His first impression was him
I'm
trying
trying to figure out who this Black Dragon dude is. My bad, y'all. I had the baby. But yeah, who the fuck is this Black Dragon dude? Because this dude is crazy. His power is just stripping niggas. He's stripping everything off of them like it's nothing.
to kill them all. They smile, and Tommy says that he wants to do a good job. And Kim says that right now he's the only one with powers. So something tells her that he's going to have a shot at proving that. But before they can go on, the display changes to Rita, telling the people, hello? A broadcast around the world plays as Rita tells the world that she has a message of unity today. Their wars have gone on far too long. She is here to give the leaders of the world 24 hours to stand down and pledge allegiance to her before she destroys them. And for those wondering about the Power Rangers, they will not be coming to save them. In fact, she has taken over their home. So they have 24 hours to come to their senses before she releases the Zords and attacks any nation who doesn't pledge loyalty. Tommy and Kim run to the others to see if they are watching this. And they ask, what are they supposed to do? Jason says that from what Trini has gathered, it seems the Black Dragon is somehow interfering with them being able to access the Morphin Grid, which would explain why Tommy isn't affected. Trini then adds that she wouldn't exactly know where to start. Billy is the one who understood all of this. Tommy tells everyone that he might have a plan because if Billy has been taken to the Dark Dimension, they could go to Rita's moon base and access the portal there. Since most of her forces are down here, it shouldn't be hard getting in. Zach asks how they're supposed to get there, and Jason and Tommy smile. A short while later, they launch into space in the Dragon Zord, and they land on the moon. The putties on guard begin to notice something in the distance, and then they see the Dragon Zord's eyes begin to glow. Tommy fires missiles at the post and jumps out telling Jason to keep the engine running. While Jason creates a distraction, Tommy sneaks into the base and makes his way to the teleporter room. But before he can access it, the Black Dragon tells him, "Welcome back." Back in the pocket dimension, Zach tells Trini that it might be time for her to take a break. She's been trying to figure this thing out ever since they got here. And Trini says that this was all her fault. She wouldn't have told Jason that they needed to retreat. If they didn't, then maybe. But before she can go on, the screen beeps with an incoming transmission. As Trini looks at the screen, she asks if that's Alpha. Up on the moon, the Black Dragon throws Tommy aside and sees the Dragon Zord and says he's guessing that Jason's up there. But since he doesn't have powers, maybe he should grow to his size to fight. The Black Dragon begins fighting and struggling with the Zord, but he quickly overpowers it.
This nigga can grow. Yo, I like this Black Dragon dude. Whoever this Black Dragon dude, I like him. I like him. He's stripping niggas of their powers. He can grow to Megazord size. That's the ultimate ranger right there. He ugly, but that's the ultimate ranger.
And knocks it into the air. Tommy calls out to Jason, but then he feels something grabbing his helmet. The Black Dragon holds Tommy up and tells him, "You have a much bigger problem to worry about." As he holds him up, the Black Dragon goes on to state, "You had it all. Why turn your back on Rita, only to die alone here on the moon?" And Tommy tells him that dying is definitely not a part of the plan. He calls back his dragon armor and slips out from the Black Dragon's grasp. And he tells Jason that he could really use a distraction now. Jason shouts that he's kind of working on it. First, he needs to get things stabilized. He then makes a run for the base, but the Black Dragon stomps in his way, stating, "Nice, but you're not getting off of this moon." After dodging the next attack, Tommy tells him that he wasn't really trying to leave. He just wanted to grab the putty cannon, because low gravity makes holding this thing a lot easier. The cannon goes off and the Black Dragon claps his hands together, creating a force throwing Tommy away. Tommy tells him that it says an awful lot about him staying 30 stories tall to fight him. The Black Dragon slowly begins to shrink down in size and says, "You're right. Wouldn't want to give you any excuses for losing, now would I?" Tommy gets back up and he jumps towards him, but the Black Dragon swings his arm, knocking...
This Black Dragon dude is crazy. I like him. I really like this Black Dragon dude.
Tommy to the ground. He then takes both of his fists and he slams down on Tommy's helmet over and over and then he stops. Tommy asks why he's hesitating, and then the roar of the Dragon Zord can be heard as it rockets down towards them. The crash breaks off one of the Black Dragon's arms and throws him to the side. Jason quickly teleports Tommy into the cockpit and says that the putties are fortifying the base. They missed their shot for now. The Black Dragon looks up and sees the Dragon Zord escaping back towards the Earth. And a few moments later in the pocket dimension, Jason teleports in holding Tommy and the Black Dragon's broken arm, telling everyone that he needs some help. Kim asks what happened, but Tommy lays down stating that he's fine. Just give him a few minutes. Jason says the Black Dragon got them separated and Tommy fought as long as he could, but they couldn't find Billy. Trini picks up the broken arm asking what this is, and Jason says he's not sure what they can do with it. Maybe run a scan on it or something? A voice then asks if that's Jason, and Jason runs to the screen asking if it's really Alpha. Alpha says that he was just telling Trini that his backup systems are functional, but for how long is unknown. Trini asks if he was able to see what's going on, and Alpha says that currently their powers in the Zords are being controlled by the Black Dragon using Billy's power coin. Kim asks how he can do that. Who is the Black Dragon anyway? And Alpha tells him that he's not sure. Jason then tells everyone that Rita's time limit is almost up. They need to hurry and figure out a way to get their powers back. Meanwhile, back at the command center, Rita then asks how it is that he just let them go. The Black Dragon tells her, I underestimated the Green Ranger, but when I destroy him, I want him at full
Rita
power.
squad.
And Rita asks him, and why is that again? He doesn't say anything as Finster continues working on his arm. And Rita says that she did see what happened on the moon. He had him, but it was as if he hesitated. The Black Dragon stands up stating that he's doing all of this because she couldn't conquer Earth alone, and that is why he is helping. So what he does is none of her concern, but his only request is that he is the only one to destroy the Green Ranger. He snaps his arm back into place and says the next time that he encounters him, he will not hesitate to deliver the final blow. Back over in the pocket dimension, Zack sits with Tommy telling him that Jason says that he went toe-to-toe with the dragon when he was 30 stories tall. And Tommy says he tried to at least. And Zack says that's pretty ridiculous. But Tommy adds, maybe not one of his best ideas. Zack apologizes to him, stating that he really shouldn't have doubted him because of what Rita did. Heck, only one of them has ever taken on a 30-story monster by themselves, even if that wasn't the best idea. But then something dawns on Tommy. He gets up and asks Trini if the arm can be used to make some kind of a blast on its own. Trini tells him maybe, but why would that even matter? And Tommy says that they've all lost their powers because they were cut off in the morphing grid, right? So what if they all used his access? Jason asks, what does that even mean? And Tommy explains that if they try and morph, they should be able to blast the filter through his coin to give them all his powers. Alpha says that splitting the Green Ranger powers amongst them would provide an alternate way to access the morphing grid, but it would leave Tommy powerless. As Tommy looks back, he tells them, alone, he won't be able to do much, but with the help of everyone else, well, it's worth a shot. He picks up the arm and he places it over his own, and he tells everyone to get ready. They all get into place, and Jason calls out for them to morph. As everyone calls out their Zords, the green light begins to fill the room with a sudden flash. Tommy looks at everyone and says, that's different. Everyone changed into their power suits, but they're all green. Seconds begin to count down as the Dinozords all take their place around the world, ready for combat. Just 24 hours ago, Rita announced to the world that she has come to rule, and all of the world's leaders...
I had saw a video of that, and I was wondering, how are they all green? Now I know.
Will one day pledge their allegiance to her. The Black Dragon, now in control of the Dinozord, stands in Paris ready to attack as the world leaders have chosen not to side with Rita. As the final seconds pass, the red Dinozord begins to growl, and then there's a sudden flash of green light. All of the soldiers watch as Jason, now in his green power suit, teleports in telling them all not to worry. Help has finally arrived. But just as he finishes his sentence, the Black Dragon fires a beam, blowing up the truck that Jason is standing on, telling him, I see that you have found a, unconventional way to the morphin grid. However, for you, though, it changes nothing as I still have the power to control all of the Zords. Jason picks himself up, telling him, that's funny, because since I was able to morph again, I've had access to my Zord, and so do the others. Just then, Zack, Kim, and Trini all report that they have successfully gained control of their Zords, and the Black Dragon teleports to Billy's Triceratops, telling everyone, you don't have control of all of them. Now it's time to blow you all away. But before he can fire the mounted cannon, 2 laser beams shoot into the side of it, and Tommy tells him, hey, I'm sorry, but that's exactly what I'm not going to let happen. The Black Dragon shouts as he grows to the size of the Dragon Zord, and he punches into its head. He yells to Tommy, there won't be anything to save you this time. And Tommy tells him, yeah, you're right, which is why I'm using the Dragon Dagger this time. Kim then says, besides, this time he's not alone. All of the Rangers begin to surround the Black Dragon, but over in the Dark Dimension, Billy and Goldar are watching. Billy asks him why he's here to watch him, and Goldar tells him that he was placed here due to his failure to capture the Rangers, and he tells him that he would rather not be here. Goldar scoffs, telling Billy that the Black Dragon should have seen that coming after watching his Zord get blasted. But following up on that, Billy then asks, you really don't like the Black Dragon, huh? And Goldar responds with, do you? Billy asks, what does he mean by that? And Goldar explains, the Black Dragon can change his size at will. His armor grows and overlaps in ways that I have never seen before. But as they watch, Billy asks Goldar to zoom in on the Black Dragon's neck. It looks like...
What the fuck is Billy doing there? Hold on, did I miss something? What the hell is Billy doing there?
An access hatch, which then causes Billy to stop and ask the question, how are we even watching this, since you know, we're prisoners and all? Goldar tells him that the Dark Dimension is his dimension. Just because he is restrained here does not mean that he cannot control it. But as Billy thinks about it, he says, well, if that's the case, you could leave, right? And Goldar stares at him. So Billy continues, telling him, you know, I think you're right. That can't be the Black Dragon's true form. Who else better to learn and understand him then? If you can let me out of here, I can give you a path back to Rita's side. Goldar mutters, enemies of my enemies. He then raises his hand, creating a portal, telling Billy, you make a convincing point. Don't make me regret this. Back in Paris, the fight between the Zords and the Black Dragon rage on, while Tommy continues to control the Dragon Zord. But as he does, he can hear Billy calling out to him. And just as Tommy asks how he's doing this, Billy tells him it's a long story. Just know that it was Goldar. However, listen carefully. The Black Dragon is mechanical like all of the Zords. Billy points down to his neck, pointing to the access hatch. And Tommy tells him that he sees it. He then tells Billy to hang on, and he teleports right down to the hatch, and he rips his way in. Once inside with Billy, he looks around, stating that there must be a power source somewhere. Outside, Jason radios to Tommy, telling him that he could use some help with the Dragon Zord. And Tommy tells him that they're not going to believe this, but him and Billy are inside of the Black Dragon. They have a way to end this. Just then, Tommy breaks the power core, and the Black Dragon begins to roar. He falls on his back, and he starts to revert to his original size. Billy looks around as the structure begins to shake, and he yells, the Black Dragon is shrinking! Tommy holds out his arm to teleport, but there appears to be something blocking the
I was going to say, wouldn't they shrink with him?
Signal. As the Black Dragon crashes down, Tommy radios that he doesn't think that they can hold out. Tell his mother that he loves. But then a bright green light covers the streets and the radio goes silent. Jason and the others jump down to the destroyed body of the Black Dragon to look for Tommy and Billy. But they find nothing. However, as Trini looks at the components of the Black Dragon, she says that these all look familiar, like they come from the Dragon Zord. Meanwhile, back at the command center, Rita tells the Black Dragon's spiritual essence that the Rangers have collected his body. How is that even possible? And he says, because I was never there. That body was nothing more than a vessel. I know where Tommy and Billy teleported to. My world. Then we see who the Black Dragon really is. An alternate form of the White Ranger. And I knew it.
I knew it. I knew it. I knew that nigga was the Black Dragon. He was too ruthless. It was Draken the whole time.
No idea what they're in for. Elsewhere, Billy helps Tommy up and Tommy asks where they are. Billy tells him somewhere bad. And that's when Tommy looks up to see two giant statues, one of Rita and one of the Green Ranger. But while they were being brought to this place, it begins to remind Billy of a time before. A time when the Rangers were all fighting one of Rita's creatures and they needed him. Jason and Trini used their blasters to keep the monsters busy while Billy needed to shoot out a power source. However, when it came time to take the shot, he froze. Kim managed to release an arrow destroying the monster, but the fact remained that Billy hesitated when the Rangers needed him. So from then on, Billy would read self-help books to try and convince himself that he was in fact a hero, not just some nerdy science guy. Soon the time came for him to battle again, but this time he was ready, and he told himself that he can do this. It's all up to him. So without the help from his Zord, he used a putty's body to slingshot an explosive canister into the giant creature's face. Once it was close enough, he then shot his blaster, hitting the canister, causing it to explode and save the day. The only problem was, it was only a training simulator. Zach watched the program run and told Billy that he did an amazing job, but Billy shrugged it off, telling him that it was really nothing. He just needs to go take a shower. Afterwards, Zach asked Alpha how many times Billy had run that simulation, and Alpha tells him that that was his 64th time. So after Billy cleaned up, Zach went to talk to Billy about it, and that's when he noticed
it's just us.
All of the self-help books. Zach told
him, it's just us. It'll get bigger.
Told him to talk to him. What's going on? Billy says everyone dreamed about being a hero when they were younger, but something deep down inside of them said that there was something special and extraordinary waiting to come out. Everyone believes themselves to be the hero of their own story, except not everyone's cut out for that. So he's just trying to follow these books to help make him believe that he is in fact the hero that everyone sees him as. However, there are times that he's still so afraid. Zach tells him that it's all right. A scared Power Ranger is a smart one. It means that they are people. The thing is, they're not alone. They have each other to lean on when things get hard. And there's no way of just following some formula. Just know that no matter what, these challenges that they face, Billy doesn't have to face them by himself. So the next day, Billy thought long and hard about what Zach told him and decided that he was right. He doesn't need a self-help book to learn how to be a hero. He can do it all on his own, with the help of his friends. But that's just a story of how Billy decided to get the courage to help the team out. So we need to go back to the current times, when Tommy and Billy get up and look around. That's when they hear an announcement begin to play. The voices welcome those listening to the historic Angel Grove, the place where Empress Rita brought order and structure to the world through the destruction of Zordon and his minions. However, the current time is 8 p.m. and all museums are now closed. The curfew is officially in effect. All of the citizens begin to return to their homes immediately, and by order of Lord Draken, they ought to have a pleasant evening. Tommy says that he has so many questions, and Billy tells him that that would be understandable. He goes on to state that this place appears to be Angel Grove, but when and even what version remains to be unanswered. But before they can further guess where they are, a voice calls out to them that it is curfew. They turn around.
I gotta get that Lord Draken helmet in the Draken Sentry uniform, the Black Ranger Draken Sentry uniform. That's on fire too, with the big pistol. That's on fire.
To see a Black Ranger holding a rifle, and the Ranger tells him, just go ahead and show me your IDs. Tommy tries to say that they mistakenly got off at the wrong stop, and they'll be going on their way now. However, as Tommy tries to go on, the Ranger notices the dragon dagger and grabs a hold of him. Billy uses this moment to knock over the Ranger, hitting him in the back of the head, and then him and Tommy begin to run. While they escape, the Ranger calls out over the radio that they have an alpha alert. 2 suspects on foot, considered to be armed and dangerous. Billy leads Tommy over to where the command center was supposed to be, but instead he finds a correctional facility. The Ranger from before catches up shouting for them not to move, and he fires his rifle as more Black Rangers begin to show up. Tommy looks over the cliff at the water down below, and he says that it looks like it's time for them to get wet. Those odds seem a lot better than sticking around here. The Rangers all begin to shoot at them, and just as Tommy and Billy land in the water, one of the Rangers says to the other that they need to let Lord Draken know of this. Meanwhile, back in that pocket dimension, Trini sifts through the Black Dragon's parts and says that she may have found something. After comparing the images her and Billy got when they were going through the Dragon Zord, a lot of these parts are the same. Kim says that whoever built the Black Dragon...
So the Black Dragon is nothing but a bunch of parts from the Dragon Zord that Lord Draken put together and turned it into a Ranger. That's fire. Lord Draken is diabolical.
Copied the Dragon Zord.
I gotta get that Dragon helmet.
They're the same, like the exact same, which should be impossible. Jason then says that if he's following her, the Black Dragon didn't come from another world. It came from theirs. Kim shouts that that's crazy. Is time travel even possible? And Zach says that it's no weirder than the power coins and giant dinosaurs that they're fighting in. So Kim responds with, actually, good point. Jason looks at the Black Dragon's remains and asks, if that's the case, who built this then? Back with Tommy and Billy, the two cross the waters, and they walk up to what used to be the command center. But before them is the scattered bits of the Zord.
Hold on. It got all the power coins, though. Hold on. It got all the power coins. They don't just got the yellow joint. I gotta get some batteries for it. Hold on, where the red joint at? Where the black joint at? Then it got the Power Ranger on the back of it. I just gotta put some batteries in this joint. Let me take this one out. Y'all think I don't be running around this motherfucker? It's morphin' time! Hey, Quaz, you don't think I'll be running around this motherfucker? It's morphin' time! All day. They got all the power coins to this joint, too. I just gotta get some batteries for it. It changed colors, too. Whatever power coin you put in it, it changes colors to the color of the power coin. I'll be running around this motherfucker all day. It's morphin' time! Don't get me started. Don't get me started. Don't get me started.
Zords. Billy looks around, telling Tommy that judging by the remains of the Zords, this was a vicious battle. And then a voice chimes in stating, it was a vicious battle indeed. Tommy asks, did you just? And Billy tells him no, but he heard it too. It came down from that hole. Tommy shouts down to the hole asking if anyone's there, and the voice then responds that you are Tommy Oliver and Billy Cranston, though not the ones that I know. Tommy jumps down and Billy tells him to wait, but Tommy says that the voice knows them and they're underneath the command center, so it's worth a risk. After landing, Tommy walks down a narrow pathway, asking the voice, how do you know us? And the voice tells him, that's just rather complicated, but one thing that I can't answer as soon as you get me out of here. Tommy walks up to a sealed door and the voice said, if you want your answers, all you need to do is open this door. So Tommy does just that and the voice shouts, finally, I can see. Tommy looks in to see a floating sword, and the
I told you, I'm gonna be rich, bro. Mike Tyson's autograph. The one where he's fighting Holyfield. Now, everybody got Everybody got the picture. It's still in the plastic. That's why it look all fucked up, but it's still in the plastic. Now everybody got the Holyfield autograph for this picture, but nobody got the Mike Tyson joint. Nobody got the Mike Tyson joint. Everybody got this fight, but they only got Holyfield's autograph. They don't got Mike Tyson joint. I'm the only one with this joint. Yeah. I wonder how much this joint gonna be worth in a couple years. Wonder how much this joint gonna be. Well, oh yeah, here go the belt. Here go the belt joint for that joint too. You clip it on your belt. I wonder how much that joint gonna be worth. That shit gonna be worth a lot of money. A lot of money on. A lot of money on.
Sword says, "Not quite what you were expecting. You can call me Saba." Billy shouts down in the hole asking what's going on, and then another light shines down. Tommy climbs out of the hole as the Black Rangers all begin to surround them again, and Saba shouts, "We mustn't stay here. We have to move before." But then another ship lands, and out steps the White Ranger. He tells Tommy and Billy that he is Lord Draken. Tommy shouts, "You must be the leader here." Well, you have no idea who you're dealing with. So Draken pulls off his helmet and says, "Oh, I'm sure that I do. You're nothing more than a lesser version of me." Tommy and Billy look up to see a darker and older looking version of Tommy, and Billy says that they can probably rule out that this is modern day Angel Grove. Tommy can't believe it, and he tells Billy that it's not him, and Draken says, "No, I'm a much better version. Now lock them up and leave the saber." Saba tells Draken that he's sorry, "But I have different plans for this evening." And Saba's eyes begin to light up, and there's a rumble in the ground, and a giant Zord claws its way out roaring. Draken shouts for everyone to get to the cannons, as Saba tells the two to come this way. Billy asks where they're going. All of the Zords are destroyed, and the group walks up to the Falcon.
Oh shit, there go the Falcon.
Saba's eyes light up, telling them, "Looks can be deceiving." Moments later, the Falcon Zord begins to take off, and Draken watches as the three escape. Meanwhile, back at the command center, all of Rita's minions welcome back Goldar from his exile as him and Rita make their way to the throne room. Rita announces that even with the Rangers taking down the Black Dragon, their efforts did bore quite an assortment of fruit. They may no longer have their Zords, but they do have their home, and their old sage is gone along with Billy and Tommy. The Rangers are at their weakest, and they will continue to apply pressure. Rita then calls Finster, and he states that he made his most ambitious and inspired creation yet. But unfortunately, there are still things that only he can provide. And he looks at Goldar. Goldar says that he doesn't understand what is he making, and Rita laughs, telling him, "Oh, Goldar, we're making a much better you." Back over in the other timeline, Saba lands the Falcon Zord, telling them that they will rest here tonight and allow the fuel cells to recharge overnight. The Falcon Zord will provide you a shelter until we reach our destination. Billy stops him right there, asking, "Where are we heading?" And Saba tells him, "That is an excellent question. Through my connection to the Morphin Grid, I have managed to locate the location of the Coinless, a resistance group of sorts. Together with them, we can seek out Draken and put an end to all of this." Tommy stops him. Whoa. We're not just joining up with anyone." And Billy says, "That's right. Though we appreciate your help, we would like some answers." So Saba tells them, "Very well. As you can see, there are some elements in this world that are the same and some are different. Now, how we've arrived to this point requires a bit of understanding of this world. It all started with the arrival of the Green Ranger. Back when the Power Rangers first fought against him, they did manage to break the spell that Rita put over him. However, with his own free will, he chose to go back to Rita and remain faithful to her. In the coming years, Tommy led Rita's armies and ultimately began to dismantle the world in an effort to liberate it. As the cities and nations fell underneath Rita's control, they soon began to accept her rule, and thus her power grew. With one last chance for hope, Zordon sought to achieve a new power, and if harnessed, create a Ranger stronger than anyone who had come before them. The one to lead was going to be Jason Scott, and on the eve of what was known as the fall of the Rangers, they worked to harness the white light. Now, with the Rangers summoned from all over, they formed an army to allow the process to complete. However, Tommy brought the charge right to the command center's doorsteps. While the battle outside began, Tommy made his way into the command center while Jason was undergoing the White Ranger transformation. The two battled, and after the white light shined over everyone turned back to see Tommy step out, wearing the White Ranger suit, now holding Jason's crushed helmet. And that was the beginning of the end. Tommy then asks, "If that was the case, how do you fit into all of this?" Saba explains that he was designed to be the partner for the White Ranger, but as Jason fell in battle, Zordon took steps to make sure that I didn't fall into Tommy's hands. I was the last steward of Zordon, a failsafe if you will, but only to be awoken by someone pure, which is why I knew who you were. Tommy hangs his head, telling him, well, at least one of you are. But as Billy tries to tell him that that's not the case, Tommy goes on telling him he knows. Different alternate world. It's just hard seeing a version of himself that went evil though. What if he just hasn't turned evil yet? A voice then interrupts them, telling Tommy, it was awfully risky coming out here. Electric bindings begin to wrap up Billy and Tommy, and the woman looks down, asking if they would like to explain who they really are. Now, in the recently taken over command center, Finster puts on the finishing touches to his new and improved Goldar sculptures, telling Goldar that he is indeed quite interesting. With a scowl, Goldar says, and yet, you think of ways to improve me? Then Rita's voice tells him, that's what collaboration is all about, isn't it? Goldar quickly kneels before Rita, and she tells him to stand up. They don't want Finster here to be thrown off his game. Goldar says that he is honored to be allowed to be back by her side. But is she really sure that this is the best course of action? He could! But Rita cuts him off, telling him no, not by himself or with an army of putties, which is why she is giving him an army that a warrior of his stature deserves. However, if he is unsuccessful in this attempt, Goldar interrupts, telling her that he will not fail. He has already been planning battle plans. Finster looks over at his shelf, stating that it seems that he's going to need more.
And Goldar, wasn't he for Rita's original monster? That was her original, monster, in the beginning.
Play, but he'll only be a moment. A short while later, as Finster heads into the back room, he looks through the storage and then he finds something else that could be of use. Over in the dark timeline, Aisha leads Tommy and Billy through the mountains. When Billy asks who exactly
Aisha, that was my baby,
is in charge of the resistance, a voice calls from the top of the cliff, telling him that it's him, and everyone looks up to see Zack. Tommy shouts that he isn't Drakon. Seeing himself as Drakon was as much of a surprise to himself as they can imagine. Without answering him, Zack turns to Saba and tells him hello. Saba is the sword that the White Ranger uses, and it is sentient and is able to talk. And Zack asks him if he remembered the last time that they talked. Saba tells him, yes, I do. It was that day that I said that I would return with one who would save this world, and as promised, I have returned. Zack tells Aisha to untie the two of them and bring them inside, and Aisha asks if he's really sure about this. Zack says call it intuition, and then he opens up the access door.
Maybe got broken skull out there?
The group heads down into the rundown facility. Zack says Aisha will show them all to their quarters.
How the fuck did Bulk and Skull survive? How the fuck them two idiots survive? Everybody else got taken out, but somehow Bulk and Skull survived.
Meanwhile, over at Drakon's base, the Ranger forces report that the pursuit of Tommy and Billy has ended with them escaping in the Falcon Zord. Drakon tells him that it doesn't matter. He knows where they're headed. The bigger issue here is that the Yellow Sabertooth forces allowed them to escape. The commander tries to explain, but Drakon grips down on his throat, telling him, I will not stand for that level of ineptitude. Now consider your powers revoked. A light shines over the commander as the powers are forcibly removed. The commander is dragged away. Scorpina then says that he sure does have an interesting leadership style. And Drakon tells her that when the time is right.
That's how the Black Dragon was able to strip people from their power, strip people of their powers. It was Drakon doing it.
We'll find a way to bring you back.
How did he learn how to strip people morphin powers and give it to him?
To your world. But first, there is an issue with the Rangers. Back in the light timeline, in a pocket dimension, Trini continues to go over the remains of the Black Dragon when there's a sudden call from Alpha. He tells everyone that, he's so sorry for being out of touch for so long, but he believes that he may have found a weakness in Rita's fortification. You'll be able to take back the command center and retrieve your powers too, as the Rangers in the light timeline prepare to move out. Billy, in the dark timeline, wanders through the resistance halls, and he overhears some of the others stating that he looks just like him. As Billy walks into the records room, he sees a photo of this universe's Billy with the words, in loving memory. As Trini eats alone, Billy walks up to her asking, how did it happen? How did I die? Trini.
Oh, that's where the timeline altered. Billy got killed.
He hesitates for a moment and then tells him that their Billy died a hero during the Great Battle. He died saving her life. Over in the control room, Zack explains that day, the day that they all fell, the day that Drakon slowly took over. After ripping out his power coin, he managed to knock Drakon away, and he also got him to release his grip on Saba. But it was then that Saba escaped, and they never saw him again until today. But before they could go on, Bulk runs in telling them that they have a problem. Drakon...
How the hell did Bulk survive? I'm still trying to figure this shit out. How the fuck did Bulk survive? How the fuck did Bulk survive? His dumb ass
knows that they're here, and he's planning on mounting a huge attack. However, just then there's a loud explosion, and Zack tells him it's already too late. Back in the light timeline, Jason goes over Alpha's plan with the other Rangers, and Alpha says, "This is so exciting! I cannot wait to see you again!" Over in the command center, Finster pulls the wire from Alpha's head, and Rita tells him, "Excellent work!" And then asks Goldar if he's ready. Goldar tells her, "Yes. All of us are ready." A short while later, on the ground of the command center, Alpha continues directing the Rangers to the
army of Goldars. Oh, this is getting good.
Entrance of the hidden pathway inside. Zack tells Alpha to just hang tight, they're almost there. And that's when the Rangers stop. They see Alpha, and he says, "I'm so excited to see you again. Sadly, though, I'm afraid you may not feel the same." Everyone looks ahead to see in their path is Goldar and an army of sculpted clones. Back in the dark timeline, Drakon begins his assault on the Resistance hideout and quickly breaks a hole into the main shield surrounding the compound. Trini jumps at a computer, going over the damage, and she sees that Drakon's forces have damaged one of the shield generators. Zack tells her all right, and then the two of them take some reinforcements to the breach point to get the generator back online. Billy asks if he really wants him to go too, and Zack says that if he's just as tech-savvy as their Billy, perhaps he can help. Billy says he'll do his best. Billy and Trini head off, and Bulk says that there's no connection to their pulse cannons. They're going to need a team to go, but Zack stops him, telling him that the route's cut off. They'll be gunned down before they can get anywhere close to those cannons. Tommy then says that maybe he could go help with that. He has an idea. That is, if Saba's up for it. And Saba says, "Anything that you need, Tommy." Meanwhile, in the light timeline, the Rangers fight against the Goldar clones, and Jason asks if they really found a way to clone Goldar. Alpha says, "Not clone and prove on. All of the physical skill, but none of the pesky mental shortcomings of the original." Trini hacks off one of the sculpture's arms, shouting that she doesn't care what they're doing to Alpha. All of these clones are just sculptures. They're useless without their limbs. The Goldar clone grabs his severed arm, and he laughs as he reattaches it, lunging back into the fight. The clones begin closing in, and Kim shouts that they really need to get out of here. So go high! Both Kim and Zack aim high, and they start firing into the ceiling, causing a cave-in and create an escape route. As the rocks pile up on the clones, everyone scrambles to climb out, and as they do, they start to see the towering Zord-sized Goldars looking right at them. Back in the dark timeline, Billy and Trini get to work repairing the generators, and as they finish one, Trini says that they need to figure out something before the hole gets worse.
Oh man, there would have been Power Ranger poop, Power Ranger turtle head. It would have been morphing turtle heads everywhere. Let me climb out that motherfucker, and I see a bunch of a army full of Zord-sized Goldars just looking down at me. It would have been morphin' time turtle heads everywhere. Whoever was climbing up behind me would have got turtle headed. Would have had turtle heads all over them. There'd have been morphin' turtle heads everywhere. Morphin' colon clean.
And they come for the relic. Billy says that he's heard them say relic a few times already. What exactly is the relic? Trini tells him that it's something that they've held onto for years, but never used in fear of Drakon being able to get a hold of it. She then pulls out a morpher with Billy's power coin. It says that when Drakon was taking over, Billy lived long enough to get the coin and her to safety. She managed to keep the Triceratops power coin safe for all of these years, and as long as they have it, there's hope. In the light timeline, the Rangers call on the aid of their Zords to help them battle the giant Goldars. But even then, the Zord strength is not enough. One of the Goldars tackles the Sabretooth Zord, and they pull Trini out, and Rita shouts for them to bring her in! Back in the dark timeline, the Pink Ranger snipers move in and they begin to pin down the Resistance. But before Tommy can help with the Falcon Zord, Drakon lands on top of it. He rips the hatch open and he jumps in, telling Tommy, "Hello again." Seconds later, the Falcon Zord falls out of the sky, and as Saba calls out to Tommy, Drakon shouts, "Silence! You both belong to me now!" As the rest of the forces move in, Drakon holds out Saba to Tommy's neck, telling everyone to lay down their arms and pledge allegiance to him, or they will join this imposter's fate. From inside, Billy and Trini watch, and Trini quietly tells Billy that he can morph and face him as the Blue Ranger. Billy looks at the coin, telling him that he doesn't think that he can. Outside, Tommy raises the sword, telling everyone, "This is your last chance!" Tommy hangs his head ready to accept what's coming, and then Billy's voice echoes, shouting, "Wait! Wait! Both Billy and Trini step out with
What?
Billy holding the power coin and Trini stating that they surrender. At the time of the Black Dragon's arrival in the real world, Zordon watched the Rangers fade as he was pulled into a time portal. But rather than being taken to the other time, Zordon was able to stay between the timelines, allowing him to see what happened. You see, the Rangers in this world were affected by what Draken decided to do. No, what Tommy decided to do. And Zordon was able to watch things from the very beginning. As the window in the dark world became clear, Zordon could see his other self, the dark world version of himself, telling his Rangers, the dark world version Rangers, that even though they won their battle against Tommy the Green Ranger, a servant of Rita, he has yet to break free from Rita's influence. The Dark World Zordon says that they must believe that Tommy will do the right thing, that good will triumph over evil. But that's when it changes, and instead of Tommy leaving Rita's forces, like we all know in the proper timeline, he is instead pledging his allegiance to her. With little choice, the Dark World Zordon sought out the help of others, bringing on new Zords and even newer allies. However, even still, with the Dark World Tommy growing in power, defeating even all of these new Rangers, the other Zordon never gave up. He always believed that goodness would prevail. And in his final moments, Tommy became Drakon, and he captured Saba. And the Dark World Zordon still never stopped believing that this Tommy Oliver would have a chance to do what is right.
Was his mistake.
In the end, Drakon rejected Zordon's offer.
That was his mistake. That was his biggest mistake, trying to believe in hope and good. Take that nigga out. You should have took him out when you had the chance. You want to keep believing in hope. That was his mistake.
To become good, and he banished him into the space in between. The space between time and space itself. And at that moment, Zordon witnessed the Dark World version of himself appear before him, telling him that he can see that he is already dying. The other self then asks, "What do you make of what you've seen?" And Zordon tells him that he does not know. The Tommy of his world rejected Rita outright. None of this has happened. The other self then tells him, "Sounds nice. Very nice indeed. However, my time is not long. But I do want to tell you one thing. There is no regret in any of the actions that he has taken or of the hope that he has placed. Things may not have gone the way in which he desired, but he believed that there will be good people making good decisions. And even now, the choices that he made allowed him to see his other self and to say that no matter what, to stay true to their beliefs, he must trust in the Power Rangers. Always."
I'd have looked at this nigga. Isn't this what got us here in the first place? You keep talking about believing in nigga. How far? Where has this belief gotten you?
As the Dark World Zordon faded from existence, Zordon couldn't tell that if it was because of him witnessing his own death or seeing what happened in the alternate world. But he now truly felt lost. The portal's effects allowing him to see another timeline began to fade, and just as he does, a voice calls out to Zordon, a voice telling him it will be okay. Saba appears shouting, "I finally found you. By using my connection to the Morphin Grid, I can keep you tethered to our world, Zordon." However, as Saba talks, he realizes something is different. The person that I speak to is Zordon, but not my Zordon. Saba then says, "It would seem that I was not fast enough." And Zordon tells him, "No, you were not. But there is still hope in saving my timeline. In the years to come, the Rangers from my world will arrive, including another Tommy Oliver." Saba asks if he can believe in his Tommy. And our Zordon tells him, "Yes, I do." Saba then tells him, "If you truly believe in him, then I too shall believe." Over in the Dark World, during the struggle with Zack and Drakon, it is the time where Drakon has stripped.
Belief has gotten them to where they at now, and they still talking about, "I believe. I believe." Nigga.
Zack of his power core. As Zack fought back, he saw Saba leave, and he asked, "Where are you going?" Zordon, through Saba, tells Zack, "Have faith. Our war is not yet lost. Hope will be coming, but you must keep everyone alive until then. One day I will return with those who will save the world." And Zack tells him that he understands, and with that, Saba fades. The story of how Drakon came to be has finally been revealed. But now that we've revealed that story, it's time for us to conclude the overarching plot. It's time for us to see how we will deal with Drakon, because we are now at the end, my dear viewers. As Billy agrees to Draken's terms of surrender, over in the real world, Rita tells Trini that soon it will all be over. However, as Billy prepares to hand over the power coin, he mentions that there is something that he's been thinking about and he wanted to clear up. For him,
Who just linked, bro? He just told you that the power coin is the only hope. And this nigga is so scared to fight Draken, he ready to give it up. What type of Billy's a punk, bro? If he get that up, he ain't there. I would have stripped him. He'd have been done. I would have said Zordon, these nuts. Right. I would have stripped. I would have took that power coin from Billy. You don't deserve it, bro. You ain't no ranger. You really give up the last hope, the last fucking power coin because you scared to rumble?
For him to warp their powers, he would have to have used a crystallized piece of the morphin grid that Rita was supercharging with green chaos energy, right? Well, it turned out that their world's Trini used the same technology that the Black Dragon used when they built the morphin shield generators. Trini then steps up, telling them the point that they're trying to make is that because they have the same type of access, they could do the same to them. And actually, he did us a favor by letting us get this close. Trini holds up the power coin as it begins to shock and strip Draken of his ranger powers. And at the same time, over in the real world, the captured Trini calls on the power of the Black Dragon armor. Trini grabs the power coin that was taken from their Billy and says that using this tech, she could energize the coin and give them access to Billy's Zord. As the blue Triceratops begins to form, Jason, Kim, and Zach all begin to get their access back into the morphin grid. Jason quickly calls out to Trini to pass the controls to her and Billy's Zords because it's time to make the Mega Zord. While Jason and them start to suit up, Trini stands over Rita, telling her it's over. Rita laughs, telling her, I've been alive for 10,000 years. I've seen hundreds of Zordon's minions.
Oh, so that's where Trini get that armor from in the game. Because I got the Power Ranger Morphin Grid game on the Switch. And it got a character of Trini with that armor on. So now I see where she got it from.
Oh, and you are no better. Trini tells her to prove it. Face her. And Rita starts to glow as she teleports. And she says, there will be another time. And I promise. A few moments later, the Megazord cuts down on the last giant Goldar. And Trini radios in that they need to hurry up and get back to the command center. She's got something big going on. Everyone teleports in, and Zach asks what's happening. So Trini tells them that when she was in the Black Dragon armor, the sensors picked up something huge. It came from the Triceratops coin, except it was the coin from the Dark World. Essentially, since the dimensional fields are still weak from the last time a portal was opened, they should be able to use the Black Dragon to basically pry their way in and see if that could have been their Billy trying to contact them. Over in the Dark World, Draken looks at his smoldering power coin and his stripped powers, and Tommy tells him, yeah, your powers are gone, along with half of your army. So now it's your turn to surrender. And just as he says that, some of the Black Ranger tanks that were positioned outside get within firing range, and the blasts begin to go off. Zach tells the Resistance that they need to move out. They have to take care of those tanks, and Draken pulls out his dragon dagger, telling Tommy, you must be feeling proud. But it still doesn't matter. The fact remains, I am still better than you. Tommy lunges in with his dagger and Saba, clashing and telling Draken, maybe I did need my friends to get this far, but I'm okay with that. Draken pushes back, telling him, you are truly a fool. Friends are not a source of strength. They are a liability. Because when you really need them, they won't be there. Just as the Black Ranger forces begin to take down the Resistance, a green light shines and then it opens up a portal. Jason, Kim, Trini, and Zach jump out, and Tommy says, speak of the devil. Jason and the others start to fight off the Black Ranger forces, and they say that they can handle this, but those tanks! Seconds later, the tanks begin to explode, and Bulk starts to laugh as he's sitting on the cannon. The duel between Tommy and Draken continues, and Tommy
find out they got Bulk out there dropping bodies. They got Bulk out there dropping bodies.
All of these people are afraid of you. They're not loyal. They don't even respect you.
That's
and Draken catches himself telling Tommy, mark my words, your faith in your friends will be your downfall. The only people that you can rely on is yourself. Tommy steps forward telling him, that argument really isn't winning the war. And Draken smirks telling him, maybe not. He then jumps off the back of the cliff telling him, it's only one day. And as the last of Draken's army is pushed back, everyone begins to celebrate. In the Dark World, Zach looks at his counterpart telling him, yeah, this is all pretty weird. The real world Zach says, man, it's good to know that I still look good, but I have so many questions. The Dark World Zach says that they've seen enough time travel movies to know that that's not a good idea. But there's still one piece of advice that he will give his counterpart, and that is to tell the others about Rita's offer to have Zach join them. That is a storyline that we didn't cover, but it was a single issue. Trini calls out that they need to
They
hurry up. The
showed it.
Black Dragon powers are almost burnt up, and if they don't leave, they might not be able to get back. As everyone gets ready to jump back through the portal, the Dark World Zack stops Jason and Kim and hugs them, telling them, "It's good to see you both."
You late, Jaded.
The Dark World Trini stops Billy, telling him that it was a pleasure getting to know him again, really. And Billy tells
It's
her that he
all
owes her
over.
a bit of thanks too, for everything. As everyone returns to the damaged command center, Zack says that he has one question. What the heck is that sword? Saba tells him that is a wonderful question. I was built to aid the White Ranger, however, through a series of events, I also became the tether to our Zordon. Kim shouts, "That's great news!" And Zack sighs, telling him, apart from having to rebuild the command center, and so the Rangers were finally able to have their normal lives again. Tommy went to go see his mother, and Jason gladly gave him back the Green Ranger Power Coin. The next day at school, Bulk and Skull asked Tommy if he would like to say anything to the Power Ranger Nation, and Tommy says that he does have something. The Power Rangers may seem like bright colors and anti-moon witches, but truly they are much more than that. They care about each other, and that is an amazing thing. If they can band together against overwhelming odds, put aside their differences and believe in each other, then everyone should be able to do that. And so long as everyone does, there will always...
Everything else got destroyed but the high school. I'd have been mad as shit. Everything else, stores and homes, but the high school's still up. We still gotta go to school the next day. Fuck that. I'm taking the week off.
be hope. However, elsewhere, Draken begins to look around, asking, "Where am I?" And a bright light shines down, and the U.S. military move in.
And that was the...
All right, y'all. That's it. That's all the time I got. I'm gonna come back in like an hour or two on my other channel and do a live stream. I'm gonna look for some videos. We got some shit on academics. I'm pretty sure Hassan did some shit too. So give me about like an hour to get these kids situated, and I'll be back on my other channel to do another live stream. Peace.